I fucking hate how these systems interlock in like this clumsy way, right? Okay. Now it says YouTube is live. Okay, so that was on me, right? Because I am Kionala. Oh, today I learned something. I actually was not aware of that. Hello, Kionala. I'm making a fool of myself apparently, right? I was waiting for you. Okay, yeah. But yeah, thank you for letting me know, because good lord, man, I would have actually not noticed that. Because YouTube on the actual OBS, it says it's been running for like 15 minutes. Oh no, I forget stuff all the time. It is a thing that happens. My brain is a steel trap on things I don't want to know, right? I have to remember all the communist magic bullshit, and I'm like, ah, good lord, right? Okay, where are we now? Where the fuck was that? Oh yeah, the original sin thing. So strengthen physician health system and AMA member and staff engagement. So again, everyone has to participate, right? If you're a physician, if you're if you're part of the system, if you're a member of the AMA, if you're staff, you have to be engaged, right? Let's see. Gather and learn from testimonies of the implications of historical harms on contemporary health inequities. From the unequal outcomes, not unequal access. From physicians, health providers, health equity advocates, so, advocates that everyone should get the same outcomes, right? And marginalized patient populations. The wizard knows many tricks that we must track, right? Yes. Promote sharing and promote shared learning of AMA's history using archival research, centering marginalized and minoritized narratives. So, educational primers, in spirit of demonstrating a commitment to lifelong learning by continuing to seek new knowledge and approaches, this strategic plan includes several educational primers. These primers cover some of the topics that have demanded the AMA's attention for over the last few years and will help guide the AMA's work in the continuing years. These include ableism in healthcare, how the AMA is working explicitly to address ableism in medicine in 2024 and beyond. Remember, talking health equity, right? They can't improve health. They can't improve the health of the disabled. So imagine what the equal outcomes involved are, right? Let's see. International medical graduates. Again, another PDF. How the AMA's advocacy and policy work supports IMG physicians. Related educational resources. Learn more about the AMA's 2021 to 2023 strategic plan to embed racial injustice and advance health equity. Visit AMA ED Hub for health equity education featuring CME from the AMA's Center for Health Equity and curated education from collaborating organizations. So I guess you could go there if you want to see which organizations are collaborating so that you can decide whether or not you want to support these people, right? Get insights about the root causes of health inequities. Because remember, health inequities is about is about social health, right? It's about community health, right? You're not actually an individual. You're not the patient. The community is the patient. You're just a cell in the body of the collective, right? From leading voices in healthcare with the Prioritizing Equity video series. Watch videos about international medical graduates' journeys through medicine. And so that's this. And let's get through this one. That way we can get back to the Kirsha video, right? And you can have all this context. You have all this context for the horrors that you will hear in Kirsha talking about bullshittery in the hospitals, right? Let's see. Reaffirming our commitment to health equity. Dare I play? I don't know if this is going to get me copyright claims, so I'm not going to play this. I don't trust this. So we launched this was back in 2024, by the way. We launched our inaugural organizational strategic plan to embed racial justice and advance equity in medicine 3 years ago because we recognized that the health consequences of social inequities. So we're not even talking health consequences, right? Not health equity. Social inequities are part of the health consequences. So social inequities are health inequities. You starting to see why I'm saying this is communist gobbledygook? They're not separable from each other. This is a waste of tax money. It is. Oh no, it's a waste of tax money for you and me, because this is not what we want to happen. This is not a waste of tax money for these people. These people, you know, the Sam Hyde quote, right? I think we all remember the Sam Hyde quote, right? The Sam Hyde quote is evergreen. Okay, hold on. Let me just see if I can fix something, because this is bothering the hell out of me. Okay, I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna reload this. Okay, that is. Okay, let's reset this manually. So now it leads to nowhere. Now it leads back to where it's supposed to go. There we go. I got the old school, bro. I got the old school chat back. Okay, that's not it. Here it is. Browser 2. That's what it was. Hello, Riker. Thank you for the subscription. You missed a hilarious bit of incompetence on my part. Let's see. So where was I? Okay, yeah. That the health consequences of social inequities were far too great for the AMA to be a passive bystander. So again, not only is social inequity the cause of health inequity, but also it's far too great of a problem that the AMA can't be a passive bystander. They have to be an active participant to solving the problem, right? They're politicizing the doctors. That's the entire goal of this. And they're also going to teach them that in order for them to care for their patient, they have to harm some of their patients, right? Because their patient is not you, the individual, it's actually the collective health. Let's see. We were not the first to speak out against systemic injustice in healthcare, because again, remember how they define injustice. Injustice is not just they don't get what they want, they also define it in such a way that they equate outcomes with justice. That way, again, if the outcomes are not equal, then it necessarily implies that someone has been unjustly discriminated against, even if that actually doesn't follow, given, you know, what it is, what we're talking about, which it doesn't. Because you can't, again, control healthcare outcomes, right? If your patient refuses to fucking listen to you, which happens all the time, or if they just have an untreatable condition, which is a thing that happens, then, you know, go get fucked, I guess, right? Because it's like you can't really do anything for them. Let's see. We realized that we had a role to play in creating a more just and healthy future for all people. Again, healthy future, right? History itself is being medical, you know, is the patient of the doctor. I hate these people. Let's see. We have learned a great deal and have made meaningful progress through the implementation of our first organization-wide equity strategic plan. And we are reaffirming our commitment to this work with the next 2-year installment of our strategic equity plan that retains these 5 core approaches. Embedding equity. So remember when we saw earlier the 5 approaches? Well, now they're going to expand on this, which is a good thing I had this open, right? By infusing racial equity. So equal outcomes by race. So remember, now we got social equity, racial equity, and health equity all tied together, right? So again, remember, none of these things are actually apart from each other. They are all part of the same, like, communist gobbledygook. Okay, so there's racial equity and social justice into the fabric of the American Medical Association's culture, systems, and policies and practices. Building alliances and sharing power by acknowledging and learning from the voices and experiences of historically marginalized and minoritized physicians and stakeholders. Again, they will be hosting Maoist-style fucking, just like we've all been subjected to Maoist-style fucking, like, break-your-will attempts for being against the grain. Infusing racial equity. What is this racism alchemy? Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Right? It's an attempt to turn lead into gold at this point. Let's see. Ensuring equity in innovation by integrating racial justice and health equity into healthcare innovation efforts while amplifying the voices of historically marginalized individuals in the innovation sector. Remember that the AMA signed off on this being on their website. So, pushing upstream by addressing all determinants of health and the underlying causes of inequities across the healthcare ecosystem. Again, fostering pathways by amplifying marginalized narratives, quantifying past harms, and embarking on a healing journey to pave the way for transformative change. Yes, because their goal is not just to their goal is transformation. That's why the alchemy thing is actually quite important, right? Because the entire purpose of the communist plot is not just revolution for the sake of revolution. It's actually to transform the very species being of man, right? Those are two key terms that are very important in Marxist literature, right? So, yeah, it is an attempt to transform man into a Superman. Now, granted, the Nazis called it the Übermensch, the Superman, right? But what is the socialist man at the end of history, if not the Marxist Superman, right? So, either way, it necessarily entails changing the essence of man and therefore destroying him in his very nature, right? It's the suicide of man in the attempt to create their own idol. Let's see. While the first AMA strategic plan for equity was released amid the uncertainty of a historic pandemic that disproportionately affected Black, Latinx, or... I fucking hate these people. Rural and indigenous people. By the way, don't use indigenous. I actually have a video on this exact topic. Hold on, I can go back here later. But I have a video on this exact topic. Let's go to my channel. And if you want to know why I would never use the term indigenous, and I'm trying to stop using the term Native American, even though that was beaten into me by the school system, right? Hold on, it's probably if I type it in here. I have a whole video on this. Let's see. I actually have a couple of videos on this right here. Remember who you are, not indigenous. Don't lose your cultural identity. Reacting to Navajo traditional teaching. I love listening to this guy talk. I'm not going to lie, right? But, yeah, so that was an hour and 13 minutes. Pretty short for my standards, right? So I literally have a video on why indigenous is a communist spook. The reason they say indigenous is because one, they get to define it, right? The Sami are somehow, or the Sami are somehow indigenous to, the Nordic regions, right? But they only arrived there 500 years ago. The Nords were there before they were. So how are the Nords not indigenous? Who is the indigenous population of the United Kingdom, if not the English, Welsh, Scots, and Irish? Right? You ever notice how this only ever gets applied to specific groups? Right? It's because, again, they have defined, these are not honestly defined terms. When they say something, they don't mean what it sounds like to the ear of you and the uninitiated. When these people speak, they mean one thing for you to hear and one thing for the initiated to hear. So, again, this is a kind of cryptolect, a double speak. Let's see. American Indians is easy to say, though. Yeah, exactly. Right? American Indian, it's easy to say. How did the communists win? They were supposed to have lost in 1991. They lost because people just wanted to grill. That's why they won. The Marxist super drone, right? Let's see. Yeah, there is a huge difference between Cherokee and Navajo, like saying Spaniard is a Russian. Yeah, like, that is one thing, right? And as you said, there's a huge difference between the different Native American groups, right? And some of those Native American groups do way better than others because of their cultural, because of their culture. And if you look into their culture, you're going to find out that a lot of this complaint about murdered missing indigenous women is not being caused by outsiders to the group. It is being caused by the, it's an alarm coming from, within the, it's the alarm coming from within the, the zone of danger itself, right? Most of these murdered missing and indigenous women aren't being killed by blacks. They're not being killed by whites. They're not being killed by Asians. They're being killed by their own tribesmen, right? Because it turns out a lot of these Native American nations, a lot of their tribal governments are really corrupt. And some of the best of the functioning tribal nations are the ones that were called the civilized tribes, right? The 5 civilized tribes, like the Choctaw and the Cherokee, because they actually enforce the laws in their territories, right? So, yeah. Yeah, it's fucking frustrating. But anyway, our reaffirmation of this plan is occurring against the backdrop of worsening health outcomes for the same historically marginalized groups. Let's see. Maternal mortality, particularly for black women, continues at alarming levels. What is the level? Rates of heart disease, diabetes, and obesity are rising as well. Well, a lot of these are chosen behaviors. Like, can you have a genetic predisposition to diabetes no matter what you do? Yeah, that is a thing that happens, right? But let's be fair, a lot of these cases of diabetes are poor choices made by the people who end up getting them. Right? Same thing with obesity. Same thing with heart disease. But anyway, early warning signs for lifelong health complications and premature death. And while these issues are mostly directly affecting the health of marginalized groups, they point to a deeper problem within our health system and society that keep every one of us from achieving optimal health. I have to show, because I have a family member who's a surgeon. I'm gonna have to show them this, because this is fucking horrifying. They don't believe me when I talk about the communist gobbledygook stuff. But I would be really interested to see what their thoughts about this are, because I might have to translate some of this, because again of that esoteric-exoteric distinction that I keep talking about. What we've learned: it is incumbent upon physicians and the health organizations they led to understand these concerns concerning health trends, their root causes. Which, by the way, they never tell you what the root causes are. They tell you what the root causes are. The root causes are social inequities, right? And social inequities are, ultimately speaking, a socioeconomic problem, right? So we get back to the root of Marxist historical materialism, where everything is reducible to economics. So literally, your health and your failure of health is the result of your socioeconomic status, right? And there are implications for our health system and society at large. The opportunity and responsibility before us to advance health equity rests on strategic prioritization and coordination, particularly across organized medicine. Doing so requires a willingness to ask difficult questions. You mean like the difficult question, like, where is all this coming from, right? Explore new concepts. You mean like, well, maybe new concepts are new because they weren't useful, right? And ways of understanding the challenges. And importantly, further developing the skills to bring others into our collective equity efforts. It's not just an opportunity, it is a responsibility. So, understand how these people think, right? Among the lessons learned in our first 3 years of advancing racial justice and equity through this strategic plan is that we can mobilize and take action against a seemingly insurmountable challenge. Many organizations across the healthcare ecosystem, health plans, health systems, research, and regulatory agencies have committed to advancing equity alongside the AMA, and this creates enormous opportunities for mutual learning and partnership. Research and regulatory agencies. They're literally trying to control what research is deemed authentic and which research is done, how regulatory bodies behave, right? So that regulatory bodies are under their control for their racist agenda and their demonic agenda of, again, trying to equalize the outcomes, because, again, you can't make an unhealthy person healthy without their, against their will, but you can make a healthy person unhealthy against their will. And, research, again, like what research is deemed, which research is deemed worth consideration, right? Maybe we get some research that says that gender-affirming care is actually a bad idea, right? Well, that's probably not going to get published because they control the research agencies, right? Let's see. We've learned that progress towards equity is uneven. And this is the funny idea, right? Equity is about evening the outcomes, but progress towards it is inherently uneven, right? And change is often unpredictable. Organizational leadership, especially from C-suite leaders, is crucial in championing equity work and building institutional capacity to support these efforts across an institution. We have seen that we can all learn to grow if we create opportunities for development and growth. And we have learned that the nature of this work is personal and goes beyond the technical. Hey, remember when I said that remember when Kirsha kept saying that, like, it's going to be everyone's job to bring this home with them? We have learned, so we didn't know this before, but now we do, The nature, so this is the essence of the work, is personal. It's not just professional, it's personal, right? And it goes beyond, so outside, the technical. I wonder why this would go beyond the technical, right? Really activates the almonds, don't it? At its core, equity work is about helping people to witness and affirm, it's like almost religious language here, because it is, the humanity of all. I hate to tell you this, you fucking retards, but no one was confused about this. We all knew that all human beings were human. It's a tautological statement, right? And the vast majority of doctors are more on board with this than anyone. So this is a fucking... This is literally just a platitude to confuse people. To quote the Oshi Kirsha herself, I fucking hate commies! Right? Yeah, fair enough. She's not wrong. It is about caring in a deep and profound way. Deep and profound enough to fuck you over, apparently, right? Being open to the need for change, including harmful change, apparently. Advancing health equity is as much about changing perceptions and mindsets. Again, it's a spell. It's literally a fucking spell, right? And it's about education, data, structure, and methods. This is to appease, again, the would-be logical positivists, right? But the actual meat here is here. The goal is the perception, is the change of perception and mindset. So, yeah, this is, again, these papers are largely grimoires designed to confuse people who aren't aware of how deceptive these people fucking write. And, yeah, there's going to be a lot of doctors who probably fall for this. Achieving health equity is a long-term endeavor, but the American Medical Association is encouraged by what we have so far accomplished by strategic building alliances to further these efforts. Oh, by being strategic. Okay. Let's see. Since the launch of our first strategic plan, the American Medical Association has expanded education opportunities for physicians, residents, and students in numerous ways, including the American Medical Association Step Forward, open access resources with toolkits dedicated to addressing social determinants of health and advancing racial justice and equity. So they have a fucking entire resource, like, list here for anyone. Yeah, no, go away. But let's see. Copy link. I probably should have done that first. But let's see. The Health Equity Education Center and our AMA ED Hub with curated resources from the American Medical Association's more than 15 external partners. Right? Let's see. Okay, let me copy this. The popular AMA Prioritizing Equity video series, National Health Equity Round series on a variety of urgent equity topics. The American Medical Association also collaborated closely with leading health equity organizations to help launch several important initiatives, including Rise to Health Coalition, the peer network for advancing equity through quality and safety, the multi-year Chicago-based Westside United Partnership, the In Full, we already had this whole thing, right? And Action Community to advance equitable health innovation, to foster greater inclusion in technology and investment spheres. Okay, let me open this up. These efforts, in addition to many others not highlighted here, were bolstered by a focused federal advocacy campaign that advanced nutrition guidelines, aligned with policies of our AMA House of Delegates, eliminated harmful race-based clinical algorithms, and it helped extend Medicaid coverage for a full year postpartum with the passage of the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 and Consolidated Appropriations Act in 2023. Let's see. They have also been aided by the AMA's advocacy in the courts, which help uphold the Indian Child Welfare Act with a U.S. Supreme Court ruling in Haaland versus Brackeen, Fought, what are these, fucking, like, Dutchmen? Fought to protect pregnant women from being criminalized for a substance use disorder. I'm sorry, I went, hold on. That one took me off guard. That one took me off guard for a moment. For a moment, I just, like, saw white. Holy shit. Fought to protect pregnant women from being criminalized for substance use disorders. I hate these people. You know what? It's not enough that we win. They have to suffer. It's not enough that we win. The communist has to fucking suffer. Oh my fuck. I'm gonna read chat for a moment. I'm seething. I can't believe someone was paid more than I have ever made in my life to write this crap. This all means nothing. Yeah, exactly. And people will be, like, duped by it. I hate commies more than I would hate to have my eyes carved out slowly with a dull, rusty spark. That's a pretty deep and seething hatred right there, right? So. And enforce a ban on dangerous and highly addictive menthol cigarettes. The level of, like, disgust. It's not a physical disgust. It's like my body didn't physically react to that, but my brain definitely took a step back. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Specifically menthol. Yeah, exactly, right? Again, fought to protect pregnant women from being criminalized for a substance use disorder. Oh my god, I just looked slightly forward and I'm gonna lose my shit. The AMA's advocacy also helped remove the Food and Drug Administration's discriminatory restrictions on blood donations by men who have sex with men. Oh my god. There was a reason for that. There was a reason for that. You may not have liked it, but there was a medical reason for that. I can't. Oh my god. You know what? This article is going to make me an accelerationist. Across our organization, at every level, the AMA is committed to deeply embedding equity in our culture, practices, and strategies. It is woven into what we do and who we are. We are humbled by the recognition we continue to receive in advancing equity because we know many organizations and physician leaders have committed themselves to this work for much longer. But we continue to believe we can contribute, that we can be allies in not only educating physicians on why this work matters, it matters for the exact opposite reason you think it does. You people are fucking evil, but also by building alliances and partnerships to break down barriers, right? Real barriers or imagined barriers, right? Let's see. That we can help build institutional capacities and improve the health of people and communities too often overlooked and ignored in our healthcare system. That this work can, by extension, be foundational in improving the health of all people living in the United States. You are a medical service. Oh boy, STD spreading time, right? You right? I mean, sometimes things can go wrong just randomly from a blood transfusion that, like, no one can predict, right? But yes, my brother, come pour gasoline onto the problem with us. I'm resisting, but this is definitely making me closer to an accelerationist. This work we are called to do by the ethical guidance of our profession, and by the American Medical Association's remarkable mission to promote the art and science of medicine and the betterment of public health. So, what do they mean by And here's the thing. Here's how the spell works, right? They're gonna try to convince you that this is basically logically required by the ethical guidance of our profession. And they go deeper than just the ethical guidance of like this one institution, right? Let me pull this up. Okay, let me anyone remember the Hippocratic Oath? Right? So the Hippocratic Oath is the Hippocratic Oath has you like swear to do no harm by your patients, right? So the way that they are defining this, the way they're setting this up, is that if you do not redistribute harms, you're actually causing more harm. Because remember, health inequities actually degrade the health of our communities, right? And your real patient isn't the person in front of you. Your real patient is the community. So in order to abide by your oath to do no harm, you must occasionally do harm by redistributing where the harm goes. Right? Let's see. I shall do no harm. Yeah, exactly. But that's part of the gaslighting. The way that they get a lot of this stuff pushed through is they try to convince you, and oftentimes they use this by rhetoric, sophistry, and just con man epistemology, is they try to convince you that there is a contradiction, right? That is in your action and in your beliefs or in your oaths. And they will then, and in fact, someone tried to pull this shit with Tomoe, actually. Remember the horse girl when that fucking rat from Canada was attacking her? One of the things he tried to do was he tried to undermine her, oath as a soldier, and tried to imply that there was a contradiction between what she was doing and what she swore to do, which there wasn't. But what does a Canadian know about the fucking American military, right? Not to throw shades at Canadians. I love my Canadian viewers, but still, it's like, what does a Canadian know about the American military for the most part, right? I don't know shit about Canada's military, right? I don't know what their oath is, right? Why would most Canadians know what the oath of the American military is, right? I don't think this fucking rat actually looked it up, but I digress, right? It is, in fact, okay not to know something about someone else's country if you've never gone there and you don't really have any plans to go there. But that's just me, right? So, yeah, there we go. And again, if you thought that was a lot of gobbledygook, I'm not going to read this on stream, but that's because I don't want to have an aneurysm. So, yeah, I'll link to the PDFs because there is a lot of gobbledygook in this bullshit. And they even have their citations here, so if you want to know where their bullshittery comes from, you can even read some of their bullshittery sources, right? So, yeah. If you want a good breakdown of this, right? Someone who does it better than I can, I would suggest watching this right here, Medical Lysenkoism in the American Medical Association. Because he goes deeper than I can, but it's only about an hour, it's only about 2 hours long, so this is not exactly a long lecture. And a lot of James Lindsay's stuff, even though he went off the deep end with some of his criticisms of the right, some of them valid, some of them not. This is still an absolutely solid explanation of the situation. So I will link this in the description as well. I'm gonna have to do more video editing than I normally do with this video because of technical difficulties, but I digress, right? Canada doesn't have one, so of course we know more about the American military. See, I didn't even know that, right? If Canada doesn't really have a military, which I guess is true, right? It would be the Royal Military, would it not, right? Just I don't fucking know. Canadians, if you're watching this, let me know, right? Let's see, about the yeah, I mean, that's a fair point. So let's get back to this. And remember everything we just covered about social equity, about racial equity, and about health equity, and how they're all connected to each other. And remember, this shit has been going on in the national health, in the NHS in the United Kingdom for longer than it's been going on here in the United States. But it is coming here in the United States. There will come a time where you can't really trust your doctor because you don't know whether or not they've been trained correctly or if they've been trained by one of these fucking Gnostic bastards. But anyway, let's get on.
here's a text message from his wife. He said, "How annoying, keep me updated." She said, "I will do, darling. I saw the nurse writing notes. She tried 3 times to spell ankle and then gave up and wrote leg swollen." If you are a doctor and you cannot spell the word ankle, you should immediately be relieved of your fucking duties. That is...
See, this also doesn't make any sense to me, because like, if you're writing notes to pass on to a doctor, right, who's going to read it, and the doctor doesn't speak English, he speaks your language, why the fuck are you writing it in English? Right? Like, so this is just like, everything about this situation is confusing, and it oh my god. We technically have one, but it's all out of date and broken. We have 4 subs, 2 have caught on fire twice, and we almost sank. The last one was never left maintenance, Oh, interesting. There is no hope. No, there is hope. We actually have made decent strides in some places. As Kirscher herself has pointed out, do not blackpill. If you blackpill, the game is over. Right? If you want any kind of chance that this happens, do not fucking blackpill. Right? Do not despair. Don't. If I have to, I will fucking inject you with opium myself. Do not despair. Continue on the fight, man. Right? They want you to give up. They want you to be demoralized. Do not give them the satisfaction. Right?
Is unacceptable on a level that should not even be fathomable. That is insanity, dude. And he gave an update here. Said, "My wife has finally been seen. 7 hours later, she has a suspected blood clot in her leg, which could have been lethal or caused a stroke or stillbirths if left untreated." Again,
redistribute harms.
Despite having the equipment, she's been told they can't scan to confirm it today and will have to wait a day or 2. In the meantime, they're giving her injections to remove the clot. She might have to take them throughout the pregnancy and postpartum. We still don't know. She has to wait another hour for blood to be taken again, her first injection, and then being sent home.
This goes back to the whole point I have about, like, the Marxists and all of their, like, fucking daughter religions, because they are religions, being eschatological, having an eschatological ethic, right? It doesn't matter, right? People say it's like, yes, like, they're consequential. Well, not really. What they are is they have an eschatological ethic. They believe, because they're all speculative metaphysic, that their idea of how the world should work is so good that it doesn't really matter what the cost is to get there, right? It doesn't matter how many people have to die. As long as we can get communism to work, it's worth it, right? Or it doesn't matter how many people have to be driven to things like suicide and self-mutilation and all this other stuff. Nah, the queer theory idea is so important that we have to push on until we can obliterate, again, the concept of normalcy, which is, again, queer is just an identity without an essence. The entire point isn't about being gay. The entire point, if you actually read queer theoretic literature, is about the destruction of normalcy. Again, it's like, well, it doesn't matter if all mankind goes extinct. If we can eliminate the patriarchy, a world without patriarchy is, in fact, such a good boon that we can suffer the extinction of man to actually get there. These people operate under an eschatological ethic. It's not about the consequences that you will see. It's about things so far in the future you will probably never see them in your own lifetime, right? The end of history is the God of these people. And I use this in like the metaphorical sense, right? They don't believe this is actually a transcendent creator or anything like that. But man, in a very real sense, becomes his own self-creator, right? Defines his own species being. But, his species, that which he is, and being, that he is at all. At the end, when he becomes the socialist man at the end of history, right? So, as a collective, not as an individual, right? But I digress. Let's see. Hello, Boo Huckley. The reason that community was always sick was only because they consumed drugs, especially poppers. Yeah, I mean, you can look at the behaviors of certain groups and be like, well, I can explain the health equity, right? The health inequities right here, right? You go in Australia and you see Australian Aboriginals fucking huffing gasoline, and it's like, I don't think you're supposed to huff petrol. In fact, actually, I think it's really fucking bad for you. What do you mean you're addicted to huffing petrol? No, stop that. Get some help. What the fuck is wrong with you, right? No wonder your health is declining. Let's see. It's true things are better now than they were 5 years ago. 5 years ago, the woke was untouchable. Yes, and that's why you have to keep fighting. You got to fight even harder, because if they come back, these people don't believe, these people aren't used to the right fighting back. These people are used to them getting their own way all the time, right? The right constantly making concessions. Their idea of normal is that they whine, they bitch, they moan, they continue to press, and the right gives them what they want, right? And they just completely fucking acquiesce. The fact that they right, quote unquote, started fighting back, and I'm saying right as in like their definition, not our definition, because we have different definitions of what left and right mean. These people are going to be way worse if they get back into power, right? They will be taking revenge on on us if they get back control of levers of power. Do not be fooled. You have not won. You have just gotten into a potentially more dangerous part of the game, the eye of the storm, right? So the left pushed us inch by inch, celebrating and refreshing after each one. We won't get out of this by pushing it all back at once yet. It's going to be a while. You must actually stop grilling so that one day in the future you will be able to grill, right? And it will have to be in the future. Because if you choose to grill now, you will not grill in the future.
She'll get a text for a scan sometime in the next day or two. In the meantime, we just have to hope it doesn't get worse. This should not be happening in a first world country. This is an unacceptable level of care for people in the UK. One scan could have confirmed all of this hours ago. There's no way there wasn't someone on staff at 2 hospitals capable of operating an ultrasound machine all day. Utterly inexcusable. Welcome to the third world. This is your life now.
No, it's worse than the third world. It's worse than the third world. Because again, at least in the third world, almost everyone is equally incompetent, right? Here, the incompetence is by design. It's not incompetence by incompetence. It is incompetence by design, right? They are redistributing harms, right? One group A has lower health expectancy. Group A has health problems, right? Because of the fucking practices they have. So the group that actually behaves well, they actually have to be hurt. They have to die, right? That's the whole point. Let's see, don't blackpill that the wins we are actually getting aren't enough. Each step is worth celebrating. Yeah, exactly. Right? The thing about dragons is the bigger the dragon you slay, the more glory there is.
Holding our newborn daughter, and it was fucking me packing her downstairs up to stem the bleed.
Yeah. Just think about that. Just think about that. The husband, like, holding his newborn, is the one who actually has to pack the bleed in order to try to keep his wife alive. High risk is high glory. Yes. Like, it's high risk, high reward, right?
The ref trolley protocol kicked in as of me going apeshit at the midwives, who I could barely understand due to language differences. It took ages of my bullying and complaints, but we eventually got a birth debrief. Absolute fucking waste of time.
So yeah, they were gonna let her die. And he had to fucking berate them to actually get his wife the care that she needed. Again, this is... Just because a system does something does not mean that's the purpose of a system. But in this case, we can actually show it is the purpose of this system, right? We've literally saw the thing about the health equity, right? You can't redistribute health, so what do?
It was the NHS checking their own fucking homework. The NHS spends out more pounds on maternity malpractice payouts than they do on maternity care. The NHS is not a safe environment currently to give birth. If I walked into a hospital and I was given a room of doctors and midwives who I could not understand because they did not speak English, I would say, I'm going to go home. I'm going to give a home birth because that sounds like far less of a risk than staying here. All right? Like, I am terrified of, like, the effects of being pregnant and how much pain it will be, and especially the giving birth part of being pregnant.
Not to sound callous, but you will live, right? Not to sound callous, but you will live, right? It's like when someone breaks their arm. It's like, look, it hurts like a son of a bitch, but you'll live, right? You will live. Again, I know it kind of sounds callous, but it's like, yeah, you will live, assuming that you don't, get put in this hospital, right? Going to one of these hospitals, you might as well have been, like, transported back to the era of, like, fucking pre-Semmelweis, right? It's like, yes, before the age where, like, doctors knew that you had to wash your hands before, between, cutting open a cadaver and delivering a baby. Just, let's see. If the people of EU won't do something, they will have nothing to save, and they will deserve what they get, right? Maybe you can die in birth. I mean, you can, but in first world countries, it's not nearly as common as it is portrayed. It does happen still, right? But it's definitely something that does not it's not a very high probability, right? Unless it's like a high risk pregnancy, and then you decide to go through with the pregnancy and, like, in a dangerous way. But yeah, I'm only just waking up to being poverty trapped and how it is because of communism. Oh yeah, no, there's a lot of people who get trapped in, like, the welfare trap. It's literally, or the poverty trap, and it is literally a communist ploy to keep you enslaved, right? So, oh my god, yeah, it's fucking devious, right? Get the leeches, Steve. Yeah. Actual leeches are more useful than useless DEI hires. That is by design.
It sounds and looks horrifying, and I have a very low pain tolerance.
That's actually a benefit here. Like, look, that is. So your brain actually gets flooded with endorphins after the birthing process. I think most women especially who've given birth, are aware of this, right? And part of the reason why is because it is that juxtaposition, and this is actually why I would suggest, if possible, don't get the tap, right, to dull the pain, is because, again, that flood of endorphins into the brain actually helps to create that bond between mother and child, right? And part of that, the effect is, again, the pain, the pain actually helps to solidify, this is what I've gone through, this is the reward for having gone through it, and the endorphins that flood through your brain help to cement that relation to each other, right? Get the let's see, the endorphins is through touch of the child. No, but that's my point, right? That's my point, right? Like, when you actually get to hold the baby, and it's like, again, the endorphins flood through, and again, it's the combination of the two, right? The endorphins are one thing, right? But if you didn't have the pain to contrast with the flood of endorphins, it wouldn't hit as hard. Like, human and animals have endorphins with touch, yes. I'm just saying that, like, they actually reinforce each other in this particular instance. Let's see.
But I would rather go home and take the risks of doing a home birth without any of the marvels of modern medicine if my option is to be surrounded by people who don't give a shit about me and can't speak my fucking language.
And considering this is the United Kingdom, very likely are people that have a grudge against you for racial reasons. Right. Let's not beat around the bush here, right? A lot of people with race grievances who might also have no interest in helping you, right? Unless they get berated and possibly just annoyed that they're getting berated.
That's not happening. I'm not going to trust that scenario, and nobody should. A migrant surgeon in the NHS has been fired after he connected the wrong organs during a surgery.
I want you to hear that. I want you to hear exactly that. Hold on. Not really my cousin. Had her twins by C-section. She loves her kids, but she had mental problems. Well, I mean, C-sections are also just C-sections are also just like a very, like, they're not super unusual, but they're not as normal births, right? Obviously C-sections are emergency situations, but you still have to go through a lot to get that C-section. You'll be under while it happens, right? But you will definitely feel the consequences after it, right? Let's see. Well, I mean, I guess you could theoretically be awake when it happens. There are certain people who have the unfortunate, the unfortunate hazard of being anesthetically aware. Local anesthesia, yeah, okay, yeah. Well, to be fair though, so we are comparing apples to oranges here, right? There is a significant difference. There's a significant difference between giving birth naturally, right? What the body is designed to do, right? It hurts like a bitch, but it is something that the body is designed to do, right? Versus literally getting cut open, right? So yeah, these are not really comparable things. But no, you're right about that. Let's say that makes sense. Extreme pain followed by endorphins is a stupidly powerful combination. Yeah, like it's not necessary. You can still develop an attachment to your children, as you know, Cabot is pointing out, just through the rush of endorphins as well, right? But part of the solidifying mechanism is like evolution developed the painful response and the endorphin response to be to complement each other in solidifying that relationship, right? Like women before they realized and men were different when it came to the way pain relievers worked. Oh yeah. Oh, that's a good point actually. More proof that men and women are not the same. The fucking anesthetic, the analgesics, right? As Cosmic was saying, the experience just adds a increase modifier. But also this is very individual, right? Individual brains are also going to do this, like, because like we could talk about like generalities, but like individuals can also just be outside of these considerations, right? Like it's not that hard to find example of parents who just don't care about their kids, right? And it seems bizarre to most people who, they have their kid, that's like the whole world, right? But there are people who just, they have a kid and they don't really care about their kid. And there's not anything you can really do about that, right? Because it's like, you either care about your kid by nature and instinct or you don't. And you can't really force that like natural connection if it just does not exist, right? And these connections also exist to differing degrees. Some people are just naturally closer to their children than other people are, even if they still care about their kids, right? So yeah, all of this is also just individually determined, right? So, and it's not even just individually determined by the parent, because sometimes you'll have a parent who loves most of their kids, but they just have no connection for some non-discernible reason to one kid in particular. It's bizarre shit, but it's like it's stuff that I have seen before. The mom's in pain gives the baby a 10 plus charisma buff. It's different when it's your own. I heard that so many times. Well, I mean, obviously, right? No one likes dealing with someone else's brat for the most part, unless they're actually related to them, right? It's like, do you want to care for this baby? No. It's like, wait, it's like, it's your cousin. Okay, hold on. I can entertain the little scamp for a bit, right? Hello, Kura. Hello, Cosmic. We know the left doesn't care about their children. If they did, why did they groom their children to be the opposite gender? That's a fair point. Painkillers don't do anything for me. My nerves be extra hardwired. The signal is getting through. Doesn't matter what chemicals you put in me, unless it's general, then there's no target. Oof. Oh, sorry about that, man. I disagree, Kura. They honestly think that they are doing the right thing. I believe they love just as much as... So it depends. Again, it depends. You have to remember that like a lot of this stuff with the kid stuff that's going on right now, a lot of this is based off of queer theory, which teaches that like you are a mind, not a body. So you are a ghost in a machine. If that is the case, then no matter how useful the machine is, you are still just a ghost trapped in a machine, right? So what happens when the ghost and the machine don't jive with each other, right? When there's a disconnect between the ghost and the machine. Well, if you are the ghost, then the machine has to be brought into order. So if the ghost is the wrong gender, which is the whole predicate subtextually behind queer theory, then it is the body that is wrong, the machine that is wrong, not the user. So the machine has to be brought into alignment. Now we can recognize this is incredibly unloving, because we also know that we are not spirits trapped in bodies. We are bodies that have spirits, right? We are, spirit being a, breath of life, right? The living principle. And if you are a body and your mind and your body disagree with each other, the thing that is most real, most prime, which would be your body, that's the thing that takes precedence over it, right? So if your mind believes that you are a woman when you're actually born a male, well, you are the body. So you are a male who believes that they are female. So your mind is the thing that has to be brought into alignment with the reality of your body. So this all breaks down to a fundamental backwards conception of how reality works. If you place reality as primary, then all of this queer theoretic nonsense becomes very obviously bullshit. But if you place the mind as primary, which a lot of people do, then it suddenly starts to make a lot of sense, right? Even with my cousin twin, I was too scared to hold my little nephew. Oh, that's a very common occurrence, right? Some may, not all, some are doing it specifically to virtue signal with their child. No, Kura is correct about this, though. Some of them do genuinely actually just instrumentalize the life of their child. And yeah, like Munchausen, again, Munchausen by proxy in this case, right? Let's see. We are not a ghost in a machine. We are the product of the body's mechanics. No, but that's exactly what I was saying, right? There is no mind-body dichotomy. Like that's an illusion, right? You're not two separate substances that magically work together. No, there is no the human being, both body and soul, is an integrated whole, right? But the thing that actually anchors the whole thing in being is the bodily aspect. If not for the body, there is no mind. Yeah, exactly.
Dr. Abdel Rahman connected a patient's small bowel back to their stomach, creating a feedback loop, meaning the patient did not defecate for 3 weeks before being rushed in for an emergency procedure to fix it.
I want you to re-listen to that. I'm gonna rewind this because just listen to the absurdity of this.
Defecate for 3 weeks.
Hold on.
Wrong organs during a surgery. Dr. Abdel Rahman connected a patient's small bowel back to their stomach, creating a feedback loop, meaning the patient did not defecate for 3 weeks before being rushed in for an emergency procedure to fix it.
First of all, there are two people in the wrong with this situation. First of all, obviously the doctor is in the wrong because what the fuck do you mean you connected the small bowel to the stomach? Like, I don't even know how this thought would even come about. It's like, I don't think that most people without medical knowledge would even make this mistake. So what is this? It's like, but also, who the fuck goes 3 weeks without taking a dump and thinks, oh, that's fine? Are you fucking kidding me? Right? It's like, what the hell is going on here? Oh my God. Let's see. More like Munchausen times 2. They have it, and they have it through the child. Yeah. That's the by proxy part, eh? Pipe the shit back into his stomach. Yeah, exactly. Literally piped shit back into his stomach. And he lasted for 3 weeks. Like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? If you ever have the misfortune to see the size of my hands, you'd know I'd fear holding my 34 nieces and nephews every time. Never got easier. Kura got yaoi hands. God damn it. That's more of a bara hand thing. That's not really yaoi hands, right? Yaoi, it's usually... yaoi is about, like, again, like, soft boys and, you know, like, pretty men. Fucking bara is about bears, man, right? Now, let's see. I hate that the first thing I thought when I heard this was that one man from a human insect. Yeah, the human centipede, right? I got gorilla mitts. My wrists alone are 13.5 inches around. God damn, right? Imagine the burps. Oh, I don't even want to.
We should train our own surgeons instead of importing people from the third world.
Yeah. No, so this is a particularly egregious example. Because it actually gets worse when we get through this.
Two things. One, this reminds me of that other guy that we read about that was like a surgeon, what was it, in Florida or Texas or some shit? Where like he was supposed to remove a guy's like gallbladder or appendix or something, and he ended up removing his liver instead, killing the guy.
Yeah. Again, this is coming to you. This is coming to the USA. Just pointing that out there. That's why I went and had us read the medical equity thing. Yaoi hands is a trope for a reason. They can palm a Mini Cooper. Your siblings must love you, Kura.
I was like, how fucking horrendous of a doctor do you have to be? First of all. Second of all, the patient did not defecate for 3 weeks. I'm sorry. All right? Maybe, like, if I don't take a shit for like 4 days, I'm gonna be concerned that there's something wrong.
And rightfully so, because there's obviously something wrong. Anatomy illiterate. I will say though, it's like even people from the fucking ancient times, right, knew what the difference between a gallbladder, a spleen, and a liver was, right? So the constipation sucks. Oh, it does. But especially when you're literally defecating in your own stomach, apparently, right? It's like, I could not imagine how fucking sick this guy had to have gotten to last 3 weeks doing this. This is fucking absurd. But so it's like, again, why did it take 3 weeks for this guy to report this? Oh my god. But the thing about this was, actually, wait, where the fuck was I going with this? Wait, I might have actually forgotten where I was going with this. Son of a bitch, yeah, I actually can't remember.
And if after 4 days, and I'm very much paying attention to my toilet time at this point, if after 4 days I still am not shitting, I'm calling the doctor. How the—
Yeah, exactly. Because it turns out the excretory system exists for a reason, right? You need to be able to get rid of waste. If waste is not being, like, again, removed from the body, it is being continually absorbed into the body, which is not good. It's waste for a reason. It's not that different from ungulates. Maybe he had a vegan diet. Oof. That, oh my god. The cow strat, right? Oh no, wait, actually this would be more of like a rabbit strat. See, imagine the mega shite afterwards. I'd rather not, right? I won't disclose how often because it will reveal my socioeconomic status. That, you know what? That would make a banger tweet. Holy fuck. Let's see. Your body is always producing gas, and everyone lets out mini farts all the time that would force all the gas into his stomach. Exactly. Right? It took 3 weeks because people think they were just at the doctor. Must be paranoid. AKA people being stupid. Yeah, fair. You know what? That's a fair point. People are probably like, well, you took him to the doctor. It's like, yeah, that doesn't necessarily mean everything got fixed. The doctor can see you and just miss stuff. Or, like, apparently, like, fucking just, like, connect your colon to your fucking stomach for some reason. Right? Shite's so big it popped every lumbar on the way out. Oh my god. You fucking hear it, like, hold on, let me see if I can catch this on the audio. You just hear his back go like, ah, that didn't work. Fuck. I was really hoping it would catch that. Let's see. Rip the exit hole. Right.
The fuck did this guy go 3 fucking weeks? That's insane. He was shitting into, yeah, he was shitting into his own stomach. How did it take him 3 weeks?
We just don't know.
Nothing makes me trust a doctor more than them wearing a nondescript shirt that says doctor. Surgeon struck off after wrongly connecting organs. I do not understand how anyone thought this would be a good idea. Why would you introduce DEI into the fucking medical field? Holy shit, dude.
It again, because it's all communism. Like like, I'm pretty sure she understands this, but it's like the whole point of this is, again, the demoralization and the destruction of the West, right? And one of the ways you do this is you attack them medically. This is a version of like medical warfare against the American people. Let's be absolutely clear about this.
A doctor who botched an operation so badly it was described as not compatible with life has been struck off the medical register. Dr. Yasser Adli Abdel Rahman, an NHS locum surgeon from Egypt, carried out the flawed emergency bowel procedure on a young man. It meant the contents of the patient's bowel leaving his stomach were redeposited back into his stomach through a...
Hold on, let's see. Mini farts, it's an A10, a run each time with me. Oh, good lord. Right? Dude's farts never made the sound again. Sue into the ground. I don't know how much you're going to get out of this guy, and you're going to see why, but I would agree. Sue, this guy should actually be in prison, as far as I'm concerned. Human body is designed to eliminate what it doesn't belong, but it costs blood plasma, which requires a lot of water, to be mineralized with salts and trace minerals, all available in sea salt. Like, oh, that name makes sense, right?
Circular closed loop. The medical practitioner's tribunal service heard. The patient was left in uncontrollable pain and could have died, but for another surgeon correcting the error in a second operation. The misconduct hearing, sitting in Manchester, was told. Rahman at no time considered that something may have gone wrong surgically, the tribunal heard, despite the patient's parents and other medics expressing concerns. Chat, I must pause and apologize to you, alright? Because I was thinking, alright, how long until the patient started having uncontrollable pain? Because if he was able to live 3 weeks of this, and we've already seen crazy gay furries use, like, dry ice to, like, melt off their hands so they can get mech replacements of, like, paw hands, how many just, like, crazy bug-chasing gay men are going to go to someone to purposefully disconnect their anus and reconnect it to their stomach for a short period of time so that they can have some, like, crazy anal sex before needing corrective surgery? Like, don't even tell me I'm wrong. Someone is gonna do that. Dry ice to do what? Wait, you guys haven't heard that? That was a real...
We just don't know, right? Again, the perfect place for that to have been placed again, right? But, yeah, no, what she's describing is effectively a form of, like, body integrity identity disorder, right? The idea... yeah, body integrity identity disorder is like, well, I don't really like how this part of my body actually is, so I'm gonna destroy it so that I can get it either, like, so I'm not associated with it in any way, and possibly get it replaced with for something better, right? I've seen more extreme examples of body integrity identity disorder, but there was a reason why a lot of people compared, for example, again, gender dysphoria with body integrity identity disorder, because they're actually quite similar in many respects. But yeah, no, what she's talking about is very closely linked to body integrity identity disorder and possibly species dysphoria, which is another madness of the human brain, apparently. Like, oh, hospital, yes, okay. Okay, that makes sense, yeah. Sue everyone involved, I would agree. Let's see. The punishment should be that me or someone like me, Poverty Trap, gets to learn surgery with these guys. No shite, something may have went wrong. What the fuck was your first clue? See, Boo just proved I was right to drink ocean water.
Prolific story. There was a gay furry who used dry ice to completely frostbite his hands so that the doctor's office would have to cut his hands off because he wanted to get mechanical hand paws to be a better furry. Oh my god, there's a few people that have done that. They had an amputee fetish. Yeah, it's fucking insane. That's
another thing is, again, like the autogynephilia stuff, there is actually like amputee fetishism in body integrity identity disorder circles. Again, it's all really like bizarre shit. You know, the Marquis de Sade would love some of the shit that goes on nowadays.
Rahman at no time considered that something may have gone wrong surgically, the tribunal heard, despite the patient's parents and other medics expressing concerns. Well, I mean, yeah, why would he admit fault? That's like bad in his culture. You don't admit fault. You just stick to your guns. You know, you did nothing wrong. It's their fault. A former consultant general and colorectal surgeon acting as the General Medical Council's expert witness said the procedure carried out by Dr. Rahman was not known to man.
I mean, like, yeah, not known to man. I mean, like, human beings used to, on occasion, you know, drill a hole in the skull of each other to relieve the pressure, then, you know, put some sheep shit into the hole. You know, whatever happens, happens. You know, the Sky Father give it, the Sky Father take it away, right? But, you know, again, this is again, like, we used to do this kind of shit, and this is a procedure not known to man. It's like what do we even call this, right? I don't think this needs a name other than just like horrors within my comprehension, right? Just yeah, exactly. A gay furry. The sentence never goes well. Yeah, you're not wrong about that. Oh Lord, just stick with fursuit, you degenerate. I would agree, right? Just at that point, just yiff. There's no reason to take it any further. If I can replace my blood plasma faster with sea salt than drinking ocean water will hydrate me at the same time. Ocean water is not going to hydrate you, but I'm going to leave this conversation up to y'all. Let's see. Sorry, just got home from work, so I'm chatty as fuck. That's fair. Like, I don't mind you chatting.
And his error was...
I actually like it when chat talks.
As bad as it gets. Rahman, who qualified in 1993 from Ain Shams University in Cairo, Egypt, did not attend the hearing and was not legally represented. I just want to point out that it says he qualified from the Shams University.
You serious?
The university.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to clarify this for just for the sake of like being like again transparent about this. It's fucking funny because again, what Shams means in English, but that's actually not a surprising name in Arabic, right? It actually is a name that actually makes sense in Arabic, and I'll pull it up right now. So, okay, that's one. Let me see if I can find the other one. So there are two components in Ain Shams, right? So I'm just gonna give like a very brief etymological tour here, because I'm a bit of a language nerd. So Ain Shams is short for Eye of the Sun. So here we have Ain, and then this is Al Shams, but Shams here means sun, and yeah, it's just like the word Shams in Arabic just means sun. So this is literally harking back to the old like heritage of Egypt. You know, Ra, the Eye of the Sun is one of the symbols of Horus. So do not redeem. I am a doctor, right? But yeah, it's not about quackery, right? But it is funny because Sham does mean quack, right? They did. I don't think this guy actually graduated from the university. I think he was actually dismissed from the university, which makes it even funnier, in my opinion. But yeah, no, Ain Shams actually just means Eye of the Sun, right? It's a funny meme, but I just kind of wanted to like put out this thing here because like we can meme on this all we want, but it's like I do want us to at least know that it does actually have a real meaning other than like quackery and scam. This was actually not invented specifically for like signaling to the English-speaking audience, right? Sham quack doctor. I mean, who was a quack doctor? The retarded version of good old Dr. Mengele, yeah. Let's see. When there's not enough blood. Okay, I'll leave y'all to talk about the salt. Let's see. Oh shit. Etymological breakdown. What the fuck? Craigasm? Would have been better off if it was Ra or Horus. Well, I mean, that would make sense if they spoke Egyptian, because like Re means sun in Egyptian, right? And but let's see, Ain Shams, yeah, no, one Shams, one Sham. I mean, I heard Ain, and like the first time, whenever I hear Ain, my thought goes to like Hebrew, where it's like the Ein Sof and or Ein Sof and all that Kabbalistic shit, right? Where it's like the Ain is no. So like the Ein Sof is the no thing. But anyway, I'm sure his teacher, Mr. Mugube, was quite intelligent. Yeah, a little bit too far north for that one, right? Ein Shams, isn't that like one sham, right? I mean, we do be counting here, right? There is at least one sham.
University he went to literally named a sham, and yet he was still hired in Britain. What the fuck are we doing? He claimed he had been made a...
Yeah, again, it's funny in context after the fact, but like that's actually not a red flag in and of itself, right? Maybe the school produces shit doctors, I don't know. But like the name of the university is actually not a red flag. It actually does have a meaning, and it's tied to the cultural identity of, Egypt.
Scapegoat after a witch hunt following the operation carried out at the Royal Oldham Hospital, where he was working as a locum on August 25th, 2020. The MPTS imposed an order restricting his work as a doctor in July of the following year, but Rahman broke the conditions of the order as he then applied for and secured a job as a locum at Affidea Express Care Clinic in Ireland in February 2022, the tribunal found. Question. If he had an order restricting him from practicing as a doctor, even if he broke the conditions by seeking work as a doctor, how fucking bad is the vetting process at whatever the fuck Affidea Express Care Clinic is that they would hire someone with a restricted order on their file?
It's almost as if, again, these people don't really have a way to vet a lot of the people that are coming in claiming to be things like doctors, right? Again, remember the whole thing about redistributing harms? This shit is coming your way, right? How long until you get one of these fucking doctors where someone you know fucking does a medical procedure, quote, unknown to man, right? Let's see. The name of the school is not the problem, but the region of the school location is. No, I agree. I'm saying the name itself isn't the problem. The problem is, again, the location, the location, and the fact that they can't vet this person properly, right? It's like, ever since the brain drain in the Middle East has occurred, a lot of bad things have been happening, right? Let's see. DEI breaks the law on purpose. Yes, it does. It also harms people on purpose. And then it calls that harm good, because it's part of the historical process required for them to reach their communist desires. Let's see.
What the actual fuck? Hello, I am John Doctor from Bullshit School of Anus Mechanics.
Okay, that's funny.
This breach of the order imposed on his work was an aggravating feature, the tribunal ruled, to already significant errors in surgery and post-op care, the hearing was told.
So he's gonna be put in prison, right? He's gonna be put in prison for fucking, like, medical experimentation, right? Or, like, practicing without a license for all kinds of other shit he almost certainly did that was illegal in doing this thing that almost got this man killed by performing an act that was literally unknown to science. I don't think most schizophrenics could have come up with this idea. How did he? Yeah, I mean, it is wishful, yeah. It was incompatible with life, not unknown to man, which makes it funnier. No, they said unknown to man, too. Earlier in the article, they said both. Let's see. All doctors want to enslave you with medical debt. I mean, I did have an entire video on that. It's not all doctors, but there are, because there were actually doctors that fought back against the destruction of the affordable healthcare systems we used to have. But there, greed itself from the doctors themselves did actually motivate the terrible situation we're in right now. Let's see. Remember this, brothers and sisters, we are gaining ground, but we are not winning. Keep pushing. Yeah, exactly, right? Don't confuse taking the hill for, like, again, conquering the mountain. This implies it will even kill microbes since it's incompatible with life. Well, I mean, to be fair, we're talking about, like, what the article said, right? Obviously, you're going to have bacteria that are going to survive it, right? But we're talking about, like, when we're saying it's incompatible with life, we're talking about incompatible with human life.
The tribunal concluded in a ruling last month that Ramon's misconduct was fundamentally incompatible with continued registration and erased him from the medical register, allowing him to work as a doctor. I mean, that's great that he got his license pulled, but is he going to have any actual repercussions? Or they're just like, oh, you were making Cronenberg horrors only last seen in Unit 731 by the Japanese. You're free to go, my guy. You can't be a doctor anymore, but like
if he had done if he had done this to, like, a prisoner of war, this would be a fucking war crime. Right? What the fuck are we doing here? Again, it's like, she's not wrong. This is some fucking Joseph Mengele shit. Right? It's like...
have fun doing whatever you do normally. No jail time, no fines, no big deal. They had an unlicensed MD working on their dime. They should be legally lynched by every patient he worked on. Oh, they absolutely should be. The shit that he did should be a criminal offense. It absolutely should be.
It almost certainly is. He probably broke several laws in order to do this. But the thing is again, will anyone actually fucking hold him accountable? That is the question. I know what it's going for, but I choose to believe mine because it's funnier. Okay, that's fair. That is actually fair. Let's see. To him, I'm sure he did see the person as a prisoner of war. Well, I mean, to be fair, if he came from Egypt and he is a Muslim, he sees all of our countries as Dar al-Harb, so literally the house of war. So you're not entirely wrong, right? In fact, you might actually be 100% correct on this. I can't read it. It could just be he was an incompetent fucking doctor, but it also could have been entirely intentional to fuck over a kafir, right?
Hopefully we'll see a follow-up where there's some kind of repercussions, but I don't hold my hope since they don't even mention anything here, man. Dude was just practicing to make a human centipede. We'll see it eventually. He was clearly just retarded. How do you attach the intestine that you cut open to the stomach? An area that's distinctly not where he cut it from? This is...
And that's the thing, is like, I would not be surprised if it turned out to be intentional, because it's like, again, who in their right mind? I don't think most people who have no medical knowledge would have thought about doing this. So it's like, again, how would you even come up with this if it wasn't intentional? I can't prove it was intentional, but it's like, it wouldn't surprise me if it was, because this seems like it was a thing, like a thing that you could have only come up with if you were trying to do something like this. I'm pretty sure you just saw tubes and thought they're interchangeable, right? Yeah, but presumably he would have... But again, like, I don't really think that explains it, to be perfectly honest. I could be wrong, but I don't think that really explains it.
This is just the level of competence you can come to expect. Sky News said patients are refusing to be treated by non-white staff as NHS reports shocking rise in racism.
Again, they gotta monitor the social inequities, because that causes health inequities, right? They got to be anti-racist because they anticipate, again, that the patients who are going to complain about this are going to do exactly that. They're going to complain about it, right? They're going to rightfully complain about it because they're being fed into this machine to, again, fuel an ideological agenda that will absolutely just eat them as sacrifices in order to perpetuate itself, right? So, and to challenge this, you know, why? So you're challenging the Arab doctor, but you're not challenging the white doctor or the Korean doctor. I wonder what the thing here is, right? And yeah, that's literally why the anti-racism thing was in there, to gaslight the doctors into thinking that anyone who complains about this is actually themselves a racist, right? That's the entire point. They have the same size and mounting hardware. The Garkite ain't no snitch, just saying. He's the shade and the heat when they coming for you, right? Pretty.
Shouldn't the NHS be reporting a shocking rise in incompetence, which is making people not want to be treated by non-white staff?
Oh, no, but again, that's why they have all that ideological gobbledygook in there, because, again, they can then just dismiss all criticism because they already know where the criticism comes from. The criticism's not worth it, so not worth taking seriously, so there's no reason to follow up with any of the complaints. It literally is just that simple. Let's see. If we were like a machine and a ghost, as in we are stand in control of the body, it would be abusive to cut your own body to fit your own ego, body betrayal. I mean, if you're the body, then yes. If you're the ghost, not really. Let's see. If we were like, oh wait, I already read this. If you don't want them to put it in the wrong place, don't make them interchangeable. Okay. Toot toot. I'll zoot it.
I was like, how many years have I been saying if you want to be treated by a good doctor, you want to find a Korean man or a Japanese man followed by a white man, and if you can't get any of those three, find a different fucking practice. Like,
I mean, obviously there's the occasional Herman Cain and all that stuff, right? But again, like, kind of an outlier, especially with this new system intentionally lowering the standards to cause harms like this, right? Let's see. The industry taught us countless times, if you only want one product in that tube, then make sure no other hose will connect. God damn it.
it's just seeking the most qualified. Yeah, especially when it comes to, like, the Asians, because they get even more discrimination in med school than even the white dudes, which is crazy.
And that's also how you know that, again, they actually had to succeed, is because they actually receive real discrimination against, you know, keeping them out of that particular practice. So if they succeed, they literally did it on merit.
And Connor Tomlinson saying, after the week my wife has had, I don't blame them. Recent hires have a poor grasp of English, lack compassion, are incompetent, frequently found to have fraudulent qualifications, and are responsible for the rise in NHS medical malpractice payouts.
Yep, and that part right there is also another thing to point out. It's like these people lack compassion, right? Because they don't really see you as the same kind of person as they are, right? So it's like, And in fact, some of these people probably think that they're superior to you, right? What was that whole thing? Again, you could just... Count Dankula recently released a video on Memory TV where it's like... I love how he actually brought some of this shit up where it's like, oh yeah, you just like people making a fool out of themselves on Memory TV because again, like this is actually what they believe, right? Including the thing about like the non-believers of the people of the book, right, being the worst of creatures. The Jews and the Christians are literally the worst of creation. So it's like, yeah, they don't see you as an equal. They don't see you as an equal. They see you as a lesser thing. So of course they're going to view you with contempt. Their religion literally teaches them to view you with contempt. So yeah, this is not surprising.
Wanting a nurse to understand your illness isn't racism. It's a basic requirement for treatment. I'd rather be racist than dead. You know, it's a wonder that so many other people don't have that opinion. It's actually crazy. Also, what the fuck is this retard? It's a free service. Not all doctors are going to be the best. You and your wife should get private if it's so important.
Yep, that's the thing. The whole thing. And Kirsha's going to talk about this contradiction, so I'm not going to interrupt her on this. But, yep, as soon as I heard that, it's like, yep, the mask has come off. Fucking absolutely, this is the point, right?
What the fuck?
So you're telling me disgusting creatures on the left try to say we need free healthcare, and then when free healthcare turns out to be an abomination like everyone warned it would be, it turns into, it's a free service, what do you expect? Get private care if you want quality. Then what was the point of arguing for it in the first place if you knew it was gonna be fucking awful?
The point was equity, to drag everyone down to the same level. That's the entire point, right? Because again, as we saw, medical inequity, according to the American Medical Association, and not just to them, but according to people who taught them this, medical inequity, so unequal outcomes in medicine, are the result of social inequities, i.e. socioeconomic factors. So the way that you can hurt the bourgeoisie, since you can't outright kill them, is you can just bring them down and destroy their medical service as well, right? That's how you equalize them. So that is one way. It's a there's a multi-layered attack going on, and that is one of the ways that they tried to do this. And again, they don't really care how many people have to die. They will absolutely offer you as a sacrifice to their fucking abstractions, right? To the gods in their head.
Oh my god, dude. It's a free service. My eye-watering tax bill begs to differ. True.
Yep.
It's free for the rest of the world and people who don't work. It also pushes the cost of private care beyond being affordable. The result is needless deaths. It is reasonable to be angry about this. Yeah.
And yes, that is actually, that is also the point right there. It's like the reason why you can't afford a lot of this shit is because of the regulations that have been put in place, is because of, again, all of this bullshittery. It depends on what country you're in, is going to differ on the reason why everything's so expensive. The reason healthcare is expensive in the United States is different than the reason it's expensive in other countries. But yeah, long story short, a lot of doctors in the United States pushed against the free market because they knew they would be able to get more money if they could actually put regulations that would put the doctors who were okay with working in a free market and were actually had a stable customer base out of business.
So they can kill you if you can't afford actual healthcare. Let's see what this fucking article says. The UK sewing. This is so much fun.
I just really hate seeing modern healthcare discussions. If everyone ate correctly, hospital visits would drop by 95%. You're actually probably right about that, to be perfectly honest. Like a lot of health problems in the United States are, regardless of what your theories on like medicine are, like they are very demonstrably caused by bad behavior, right? Let's see. And, a lot of that behavior is you're just not eating correctly.
This is going to be amazing. The UK reaping. Why is this happening? Surely someone should have warned us this was a bad idea. Patients refusing to be treated by non-white staff as NHS reports shocking rise in racism.
Again, the doctors have to be anti-racist. And they have to, again, center marginalized communities and minoritized doctors or physicians. Why do you think that they did this? Because if you criticize the incompetent people that they're bringing in, they can just label you as racist. They can just label you as an istophobe, right? And then they can justify to themselves and then justify on a report why they told you to go fuck yourself, right? That's literally the entire point here. It is a layer to not immunize, but yeah, you know what? Actually, inoculate. That's a better word. It's a method of inoculation against the rightful criticism of these policies. You leave my pink goo nuggies alone.
It's not really that shocking. Paul Awa, a Bedfordshire-based diagnostic radiographer originally from Nigeria, said it's definitely gotten worse. People are more expressive. NHS staff have been called dirty foreigners and monkeys amid a noticeable and unacceptable rise in racism from patients. A survey has found.
Look, man, all I'm saying is most people, when they're in the hospital, they're already not in the best mood, right? So your ability to actually, one, deal with the stress of dealing with the patient. A lot of doctors don't have very good patient, interaction skills. Speaking from experience with family, right? But just learning how to actually deal with this. Nigeria is the biggest red flag in a doctor. It is a huge red flag. What's today's theme? The West is destroying its medical industry. It's destroying its medical industry by trying to make everything equitable, and there's a lot of underlying assumptions with health and social equity. It's freaking crimson, yeah.
Boy, that escalated quickly.
To be fair,
Again, are there good doctors that come from Africa? Occasionally, yeah, but again, it's like, it depends a lot on where you're coming from. Like, you would have gotten better doctors from Rhodesia than you would have gotten from, let's say, Zululand, right? just pointing that out there, right? Zululand still exists. It just happens to be a subset of South Africa. But just like, again, at the same time, when Rhodesia was around, you would have gotten better doctors out of Rhodesia than you would have, out of Zululand. And to use another comparison with Zululand, if you're going to get a doctor from Africa, the Afrikaner's probably going to be a better doctor than the fucking, Zululander, again, or the Kosa. And even among, again, like Bantus, yeah, you're going to find occasionally there's a good doctor, but again, the society that they have is the way that it is for a reason, right? The culture doesn't exactly, reward excellence. Let's see. According to Pseudo, they just passed them to get them out the fuck of the school. Yeah, that is the thing. That's why I was like, it does it happen occasionally, but it's not the norm, right? And you do have a reason to be skeptical, especially in South Africa, if your doctor is, for example, Bantu. And it's like, okay, did you actually pass, or did they pass you just so they don't have to deal with you anymore? I'm extremely worried all of a sudden my doctor has more melanin than the whole rest of my town and last name to match.
if I go to the doctor and I have someone who I literally cannot understand and who cannot spell the word fucking ankle, and I am in excruciating pain, needing assistance from a medical professional, I can understand why some of these things might be said out loud.
Yeah, because again, like you're in the hospital. You're not there because you want to be there. You're there because something has gone wrong and you need it to be like addressed. Healthcare has already been destroyed long ago. Look at the old food pyramid recommendation. Yeah, the thing I was talking about was before the food pyramid thing, though. But yes, you are right. The food pyramid thing is also just like its own little like thing that had a lot of like, again, really. There's a lot that goes into the food pyramid thing. The food pyramid was always bullshit. But again, it like if we're gonna talk about like nutrition with food, you have to get into like, again, where did your ancestors come from? Because that's gonna impact what foods you can and cannot eat, right? And which foods you can tolerate more than others. Because again, the different people are not the same. They do have different evolutionary, adaptations to their environments. Because it turns out the evolutionary pressures placed on, a Japanese person who's been, on the Ainu, right, is different than the evolutionary pressures that were placed on, let's say, like a Yawara or a Yaghan. So they're going to be they are physiologically different people. Oh yeah, but as I was saying, that's the thing I was saying earlier though, is like patient fucking bedside manner and customer service are things doctors very rarely excel at. And yes, if you cannot fucking understand what your patient is saying, and you are in the land of English speakers, right? So it's not like you're an English speaking doctor and then you go to like England and then everyone understands each other. No, this is like if you were an English speaking doctor and then you went over to practice in Japan and then fucking didn't speak any Japanese. Like, what the fuck are you doing, right? How are you going to interface with your fucking patients? That doesn't make any sense. And yeah, so like they're important to all these people. They're not learning the goddamn native language. And it's like, yeah, of course they're getting called all these terrible things. One, you're in the middle of like emergencies or urgent care situations, and then you're making things worse because you cannot interface with the people you're trying to help. No wonder they're calling you slurs, right? Like, what the fuck did you think?
The Society of Radiographers said the trend over the past 18 months is a poor reflection on society and described the behavior.
The myth of the species appropriate diets. Look outside, we can all eat meat and thrive. It's not about species. It's about, again, like you can just look at people and understand just from observation that different environments like promote different phenotypical adaptations because they're, again, advantageous. Look, for example, at latitude and skin tone, for example. That's like one obvious example. But you can also look at, for example, hair texture. With hair texture, depending on the climate of the environment, oftentimes it heavily dictates what kind of hair texture you have, right? If you live in a place with harsh winters, you're probably going to have either lightly curly or like just straight coarse hair. Or straight, thin hair, because it turns out these actually mostly cover the scalp, and that's where most of the heat radiates from. So you want to keep your scalp covered if you live in places with intense like coldness. But in, for example, many of the most arid places on Earth, you find that you have curlier hair is often very common in these peoples, and the reason why is because when the air passes over the hair, it actually passes through the curls, over the scalp, and then the sweat can be whipped away from the skin, right? It doesn't do that in humid environments, though, because it has to be arid. Because sweat doesn't do the same function in a humid environment. It doesn't really work at all, actually, in a humid environment, than it does in an arid environment. Because in an arid environment, it actually can wick away from the skin, whereas it can't do that in an arid environment because the humidity prevents it from evaporating off the skin. But we can also see this, for example, in the fact that like there have been observations of higher rates of heat tolerance in Australian Aboriginals, for example, of like higher, lower temperature tolerances in Yaghan, right? Those are two examples. But we also have the examples of like, for example, higher red blood cell counts in Tibetan populations, right? Mountainous peoples oftentimes have, especially, genes specifically designed for dealing with the limitations of mountainous environments. And we can even trace where a lot of these genes came from, right? At least with the issue of like blood cells, especially red blood cells, in Tibetan populations, we actually know exactly where that came from. That seems to have come from the Denisovan, I can't speak right now, peoples, right? So it's like, all of this is documented stuff, and it would be kind of like outlandish to think that like different populations don't have different dietary needs, at least to a degree, right? I mean, obviously the main diet of all human populations is going to be the same, right? You're going to need meat, you're going to need vegetables, you're going to need things that you would actually find hunting and foraging out in the wild, right? But at the same time, you're going to find that certain groups are going to be more able to eat certain things than others because it was actually accessible and advantageous for them to eat, right? There's a reason that like lactose tolerance is very low in many countries in Asia and Africa, but it wasn't necessarily low, and it wasn't low very often in European countries, right? So like there are actual reasons for this. So the dietary stuff isn't just as simple as like there's a single diet for everyone. It is something that has to be probably tailored from person to person based off of their genetic predispositions. And, just eating well isn't just the whole thing. You also have to, if you eat well, you also have to get up and expend the energy too, right? So living you have to both eat well and have to have the appropriate lifestyle to actually make use of that energy as nature had intended, right? So, but yes, I do think that there is a lot of bad information about nutrition out there based off of very faulty assumptions. in nutritional science. And one of those faulty assumptions is that, again, different lineages are all identical, when it's like, no, some of the genes that would help you, for example, in sub-Saharan Africa, would not help you at all and might actually be detrimental in Europe if you were living in a pre-civilization society. And if you were to reverse the thing, you would also function. Certain genes in Europe or Asia would have been extremely detrimental in, for example, Australia. So it's like, I do think that it is probably this is actually one of the reasons why it's like I find biochemistry fascinating, but it's like it's a little bit too complicated for me, to be perfectly honest. Let's see. Longbow, hello Longbow. Let's see. At very least, medical students need to learn medical English. Yeah, exactly. If my profession requires me to interact with nothing but people at their worst, my bedside manner is to be incredibly efficient with my language to get my job done quickly and correctly, not cold. Exactly. Species-specific diets can exist. Look at koalas and pandas. Well, that's not necessarily what they were saying. Look, my people survived 40 years in the desert thanks to bread. Yeah, and you know what? When they started eating quail, everyone got sick and people started dying from diarrhea. So you got a point there, right? I'll be dead before you get me to stop eating this stuff. Like, I would trust a literal Nazi to operate on me than any of those Asian, quote-unquote, or African. Well, I mean, to be fair, the quotation marks on Asian indicate that it's probably Pakistani we're talking about. Like, dietary science is interesting. It's just so outside my wheelhouse. I'm like, I can't really comment on any of this stuff. Right? Hello, Jayla. Mew Mew.
As unconscionable. You know what's unconscionable? The fact that we have so many foreign workers in our medical fields that this is even a problem to begin with.
Yep.
Why aren't native-born Britons being more trained to go into the medical profession?
Because they're being discriminated against to promote these people. When will we get Cat Girl, Alien, and Cosmic? You know what? I can probably whip that up in like a couple minutes. I can probably actually do that basically between now and next stream. Yeah, I can actually probably just do that, actually. It turns out we can just do things moment, right?
Why are we importing so many people? I say we, even though I don't live in the UK, because it's happening in the US as well. Some have even been refused to be treated by non-white staff, a poll of its members revealed. Those people are brave as fuck. Like, I would be absolutely, like, terrified if I went into, like, a place and I didn't have a doctor and I was just like, yeah, you know, I got some excruciating pain in, like, the left side of my stomach area. Like, I can't breathe very well, you know, like, I'm doubled over in pain. By the way, I don't want to see a non-white doctor. Like, I would just feel like they would give me the most incompetent person out of, like, their own misguided principle at that point.
Yeah, like the principle of anti-racism, right? I'm pretty sure that she's actually completely correct about this.
Right? They'd be like, I'm gonna teach this horrific person a lesson. How dare they? How dare they say that?
Okay, herbivores are just letting germs ferment the plants, either in the large colons or the rumen stomachs, or worst of all, eating it again after it passes. Yeah, like rabbits, for example. Let's see. Bro, literally Nazi doctors, while a little primitive, were world leaders. I'd absolutely take one of them over someone who floated over on an empty water bottle. Oh, my goodness. I think we could just have a native doctor, right? I think we could just have, like, an American Protestant or Catholic doctor, right? Or even an atheist doctor, but as long as he's American and he's patriotic, right? I don't think that's too much to ask.
Should look up the rates of malpractice and doctors being struck off the NHS. The correlations with country of origin are quite enlightening.
It's also quite predictable, and it's also one of those things where it's like you point it out and you're automatically the bad guy because you pointed out the true statement that makes everyone look bad, right?
I bet I don't even need to guess. It's not all foreign medical peeps, the good foreign med peeps, need to be calling out the bad ones. You would think so. Walk in and...
They're disincentivized from doing so, right? Just because, again, even if they want to, if they did... they would absolutely get fucked over, right? If my government ever sees my chats, I'm fucked. See, this is why I moderate what I say. Right.
The doctor just looks at you and
I'm already on a watch list. I was in the military, right? So I'm already on a watch list because of, again, Obama, but, you know.
says, Kuban Ku Solo Dasun Wookie. What? Is this like fucking Star Wars? Phoenix DS, thank you. Color me surprised the UK has caught up to Canada for its incompetent healthcare. It's wild hearing stories out of like non-American countries. Like, yeah, we might have to give up our firstborn child to afford care sometimes, but at least we get the care. A sonographer in the Midlands of Asian descent said several patients have said to her, this country isn't the same with all those people coming over here taking our jobs. Oh, clearly that person's a bad racist if they couldn't tell that you are also one of the people taking their jobs, right?
Moderation, never heard of it. The kind of food I can eat. Can I eat it? Oh, okay.
Like, I don't know if I believe that. Because, like, again, if you're angry about those people taking your jobs, you're not going to complain about those people taking your job to one of those people.
Yep.
That's just not normal. that's just unreasonable. She said such incidents.
It sounds like it would also be kind of strategically stupid, right? So you go complain to someone of the group that you're complaining about taking your jobs, and it's like, yes, I'll file this away. I'll take your complaint, right? One, the complaint might not ever get processed, and if it does, it's probably going to be processed against you, right?
Have become more prevalent, blaming the media and certain political parties where people are openly expressing such views. Paul Awa, a Bedfordshire-based diagnostic radiographer originally from Nigeria, added, it's definitely gotten worse. People are more expressive now. What used to be something people wouldn't say, now the rhetoric has changed. People wouldn't say it to be polite.
Yeah.
Politeness has been beaten out of most people. And
yeah, it's that social currency that was once mentioned, right, by that one comedian. It's like, yeah, that social currency is running out real fucking fast. And they don't want to see what happens when it becomes a deficit. I definitely don't want to see what happens when it becomes a deficit. Modern doctors practice and are hypocritical oaths. Well, you have to remember that, like, do no harm is based off of what you actually know, right? Let's see. And if you're mistaken about how something works, then it's not a violation of the Hippocratic Oath, because the Hippocratic Oath doesn't really predicate itself on impossible knowledge. Let's see. I have always said what I think. If I become a criminal because of that, whatever, so it be. Fair. Let's see. Can't you just say, because of my religious beliefs, I need a Jewish or Catholic doctor? He might be onto something. Kura might actually be onto a strat. Hold on. I'll have to think about this.
They no longer care about politeness because look at where politeness has gotten them. This is exactly why.
Yeah, again, it's like that thing that literally that Skybrows, song with a million Amelias, right? It's like living in polite supremacy, right? Yeah, that didn't exactly do anyone well.
Like when the Shiloh Hendrix thing first happened, I was like, well, I understand maybe you shouldn't call a child a slur, but also that's just kind of where we're at right now. Like back when that first happened. People no longer have incentive to be polite because nobody is polite to them.
Yep.
There is no more like high trust. There's no more respect. There's no more politeness. And so that politeness that you benefited from, where people wouldn't say shit when incompetency happened, well, now you're reaping what happens when that politeness goes away. Mr. Awa also claimed he had experienced patients telling him they cannot understand him, even though English is the only language he speaks. Well, that's just funny, isn't it?
My brother in Christ, if English is the only language you can speak, how thick is your accent? Granted, different people have different degrees of ability to deal with an accent, right? It's like I have very little difficulty dealing with a number of different accents. But at the same time, I know people who are just as smart, who have the same intellectual capacity as I do, but like if you give them a even moderate accent and suddenly they have a difficult time understanding what the hell is being said, right? It's like, I'll give you an example, right? Just using, not even just like an accent. I'm going to use something a little bit more difficult for a lot of people. Boomhauer from King of the Hill, right? I have met an impressive number of people who have no fucking idea of anything of what Boomhauer actually said on King of the Hill. Anytime I get to sit down and watch King of the Hill, whenever Boomhauer comes up, like, I have no problem understanding him, right? I can usually pretty well translate what Boomhauer said. I don't think I've ever had a situation where I just didn't understand anything Boomhauer said, right? Because it's actually not that fucking hard for me. And I don't know what it is, but it's like, it's not hard for me, but it's hard for a lot of people, apparently. And yeah, if you have a thick accent, right, I can actually see that, like, maybe there's a larger subset of the population that just might not be able to understand you, right? Just because, like, I've literally seen, like, back when I was in the military, like, I went to eat with some of my battle buddies, and we went to this Chinese restaurant, and, like, they sat down, you know, and the waitress was trying to take her order, and I thought everyone was already ordering, so I was still looking at the menu, and then I finally was like, okay, I know what I'm gonna get. So I turned to the waitress, and I'd make my order, and because it didn't look like anyone else was making the order, and then I start talking to the waitress, because, like, she just starts up a conversation. Everyone looks at me like I'm fucking lost my mind, and they're like, you can understand what she's saying? I'm like, I mean, she's got a heavy Cantonese accent, but she's speaking English, right? So then I had to be an English to English translator, even though she was speaking English. It's just she had a very heavy accent. And so it's like, again, not everyone can deal with it the same way. I know, like, you put someone in, like, the classic example of, like, Hot Fuzz, right? Like, oh, Edge has an edge, right? It's just like, I understand the first guy. I kind of understand the second guy. You get to the last guy, and I'm like, I have a fucking clue what you say. If you tell me what he says, and then I can play it back, and I can hear what he said, it's, okay, I can see how everything maps out now. Not a fucking clue what they said. That's literally part of what makes that joke funny for me, to be perfectly honest. Oh my god. So, yeah, maybe it's entirely possible. He's just got a really thick accent, like the fucking guy from Hot Fuzz, right? It's like the guy with the fucking huge armory of guns, right? Let's see. Mouths to be true. Enunciation enough, exactly. To be fair, though, I can understand Polish accents, but I sometimes lose Runia speaking. The only reason I have a hard time sometimes with Runia is because of, like, her mic. That's literally it. What do you mean Boomhauer is perfectly clear? Always has been. That's my point. That's my point. I've never had a difficult time understanding Boomhauer. Right? Boom Harkley.
Other incidents raised in the SOR survey include some patients always complain about the color of skin of people attending them, said one worker. One radiographer spoke of patients describing healthcare staff as dirty foreigners. Another said, I have witnessed a colleague being called a monkey by a patient. A white man allegedly refused to let a sonographer scan his pregnant wife, telling the staff, I don't want anyone from ethnic backgrounds touching my woman. Based man protecting his woman, holy shit. With the story we just read from Connor Tomlinson, any man with scruples in his brain would say the exact same thing. Like, what are we doing? Another patient refused to let a black radiographer perform their chest x-ray as black people frighten me. This person's unironically just turning their own rhetoric back on them. They've been saying that we need spaces away from white people. We need to have white free spaces. You know, this is a person of color space. White people cannot be here.
Yeah, it's an act of domination. That's all it is, right? It's like, again, that shouldn't have to go with, you know, with saying, because it should be bleedingly fucking apparent. But it is ultimately a combination of two things. One, the alleged oppressor class must become the oppressed class, right? This is how they tend to sublate the class conflict, which is not going to work, but they keep trying this stupid shit. And then the other thing is, okay, so it's the class conflict thing. I had another idea. I had another thing in my brain that just, like, fell out. Oh yeah, so it's like the obliteration of class distinctions through, like, the inversion of the class relationships, and again, it's the whole right to, like, the right to access, right? It's like, you don't have a right to exclude yourself from the parasite class, right? You know, the communist, but the communist has the right to exclude you from the benefits of the commune, comrade, right? And this is where we get to it. It's like, again, like, all of these allegedly oppressed groups are just different expressions of proletarian when it comes to the class conflict in these different groups, right? Whether it be the race Marxism, the sex Marxism, the normalcy Marxism, all of these groups, right? All of the oppressed classes, think of them as the proletariats. Now think about what the slogan of the proletarian has always been workers of the world unite, right? So think about it as proletariat of the world unite. The whole point behind this is, again, you had no right to exclude us, but we have the right to exclude you. Right? Let's see. Some accents don't work for me, like mainland Chinese, but for the most part, I can run them all. For Christ's sake, my best friend in my 20s was a heavy drinking Newfoundlander, right? And had full accent and cadence. 200 words of gibberish a minute in a heavy accent. One of the funniest experiences with language, let's see, was at a Mexican restaurant. My stepdad does not speak Spanish, but because of how he looks, they always try to speak to him in Spanish, and I lose my shit when he says, "What the fuck are you saying?" Like, wait, you mean when Boomhauer talks, it isn't just random made up sounds? No, it's actually, he's saying real things. You can actually, like, he is actually saying real comprehensible sentences. Live by the soy, lose by the soy, yeah. I don't want the benefits. I just want to not be a vehicle repair away from insolvency at all times. That's a good point.
White people are terrifying. This guy was just like, yeah, black people frighten me, bro. You said that's, you know, like a lived experience that can't be questioned, so I'm frightened. The woke do not know how to react to it, man. It's great. The findings come after the latest NHF staff survey showed the percentage of staff who had experienced some discrimination over the past 12 months is at a 5-year high. If the discrimination is like backed by the statistics of those getting basically revoked licenses and the amount of patients lodging complaints about poor service, which is worse? People going into healthcare to address a problem, having incredibly poor service, not being able to understand their doctors, and then doctors actually getting their licenses cut for malpractice, or the discrimination that results from that pattern of behavior. I would say it's probably worse to have your intestine disconnected from your anus and reconnected to your stomach, rather than maybe being called a mean word. Remaking segregation by first principles.
Well, you have to remember, again, a lot of these people believe that you are a spirit, not your body. So violence against the mind, right, is, you know, actually worse than violence against the body. So this is not every one of them, right? But there is a large contingent of people who do think this way.
That's like a decade ago when they were doing the whole, like, we need spaces free of white people. I was like, isn't this just segregation?
Again, you missed the whole thing, right? They are the enlightened proletariat, right? They have all right in their worldview to what you have, but you have no right as the bourgeoisie to what they have, right? Because you have to be made into the have-not so that they can be the haves. And now that the proletariat and the bourgeoisie have inverted their roles in society, we can move through the process of class struggle until we finally sublate the two, i.e. abrogate, i.e., you know, at the same time transcend and abolish, right? So we move past class while at the same time abolishing class, and that's the goal. It is literally alchemy, but in a social, setting, and or in a sociological sphere. And again, that's the whole point. It's always been about this. You have no right to exclude us. We have the right to exclude you. That's what they've been doing. This does actually make sense from their perspective. And if you understand how they think, it actually makes sense even from your perspective, because you understand what's actually going on, but understanding what's actually going on shows how evil these people actually are. Let's see. I am where I am because of the benefits of communism. We all are. All of us are dealing with a lot of hardships that we shouldn't have had to deal with because communists came in and fucking destroyed a lot of this shit. And then all of the I just want a grills let it happen.
They just asking for segregation again? What's happening? I thought that was bad. I thought segregation bad. What's happening? Published in March, it found that 9.26% of workers had personally experienced discrimination in 2025. Thomas Simons, Chief Human Resources and Organizational Development Officer at NHS England, said, "Racist abuse towards NHS staff is completely unacceptable and has no place in our health service. Our new national staff standards are clear that NHS organizations must take meaningful action to prevent and respond to racism, support affected staff, and ensure there are clear consequences for patients who racially abuse or discriminate against NHS staff.
Hey, remember when they talked about anti-racism in the American Medical Association documents we just read? Yeah, because they are absolutely going to enforce their morality on you, and if, again, you refuse, well, there will be consequences. What are those consequences? Maybe having the police called on you, as in the case of the United Kingdom, which is almost certainly going to be one of those things that happen. Maybe they stop working on you. Right? Maybe, all right, you've lost our service, now you can go somewhere else. Oh, by the way, we might actually call the place that comes up after you. That way you can't get medical service there either, right? So, I would be really fucking concerned about the implications here. Let's see. Hello, Ham the Third. Do you want to be doctored, sir? Let me get my satchel, right? Learning how to understand Boomhauer's words is harder than understanding class conscience. The only thing stopping me from being an accelerationist is my mom is still alive and I don't want her to suffer the fallout. Yeah, I can see that.
Including the option to refuse care in non-emergency situations.
I forgot that. Oh my fucking god, I actually straight up forgot that was in there. I haven't seen this video in like a fucking week, and I legitimately forgot that was there. Okay. Pre-watched, but I legit got surprised by that one. So, yeah, apparently even the fucking article understands. Even they're just flat out admitting it, right? Oh my god.
We've read articles on stream that are just like...
also, the doctor gets to decide in many respects whether or not the condition is an emergency, right? So, again, it's like, oh, you have terminal cancer, but you don't have to be treated right now, right? Again, it's like, this is a lot of power to give to someone, again, very... who is operating under communistic, logic, who also LARPs as a doctor. She's Silent Generation, one of the good ones. I mean, there were a lot of good people in the Silent Generation that just didn't know what was going on. Like, there's a difference between you didn't know what was going on and you just didn't care. My problem is not with the you didn't know what was going on. My problem was with the they didn't care.
Actually, it's very important for a doctor to have the same exact skin color as their patient. Black patients actually feel more comfortable when they're attended to by a black doctor, and this is why we need more black doctors in healthcare. So why is that okay, but it's not okay for a white person to ask to be seen by a white doctor?
I mean, I've already explained this, but I'll give one more thing about this. I'm not going to repeat myself on what I said earlier, because it still applies, but it also happens to be that you don't exist as an individual. According to the logic of the collectivist, the individual is an epiphenomenon of the collective. The collective is actually the thing that is primary and real, and it is the individual, which is an extension of the collective. It is basically Platonism and sociology. I'm not a Platonist, so I don't believe in this. It is a complete inversion of the reality, which is that, again, the collective is composed of individuals, and you can pretty easily demonstrate this. We have the concept of an endling for a reason. An endling is the last of a species, or the last of a lineage, right? We've had many examples of endlings of, like, species that have gone extinct, right? It does turn out that when the collective disappears, the individual entity still exists. So it's not that the individual depends on the collective, it is the exact opposite. Ontologically speaking, the only thing that keeps the collective around is the fact that individuals exist. If there are no individuals, the collective ceases to be, because the only thing keeping the collective instantiated in reality is the fact that individuals exist. So, but yes, because these people are Marxists, they believe that the collective is more real than the individual. In fact, that's why the socialist man at the end of history is not a man who is self-actualized, but rather who is class conscious, right? He is a man who is realized that what he is a member in the in a collective body of all mankind. But, you know, I digress, right? Let's see. Resistance is futile. You will be assimilated. Well, I mean, the option is also fight until we die. That's another thing that is available. We are obligated to win, and barring that, we can also still die on our feet. What bullshit did these communists smoke? I both want some and never want to even see it. The drone. Well, Marx was a very interesting person. He didn't come up with a lot of this stuff. A lot of his is just the inversion of his teacher's worldview, which is Hegel. He stole a lot from Hegel. All he did was he inverted the metaphysic from absolute idealism to dialectical materialism, which is basically just circular reasoning.
Why would there be repercussions, including refusal of care?
Yep.
If a white person says, I don't want my wife to be seen by a non-white doctor, why would there be any kind of repercussions for this?
To punish you.
This was advocated by the left to have the skin color of the doctor match the skin color of the patient. This was something...
Again, I think Kirsche understands this, but she's doing this for like a rhetorical point. I'm just trying to explain the part that's just left out there that I don't see a lot of people actually explaining, right?
They advocated for and they wanted. You cannot say black doctors for black people, but white people must be seen by any doctor of any race.
Actually, you can. If you understand how the communists think, this is not exactly that hard to understand. But then again, they think dialectically speaking. They think dialectically, which involves explicit contradiction being accepted as truth. So these people think in madness. Let's see. If we do lose, then we need to leave the whole rap load of spite behind that prevents their desires from ever being realized. I mean, barring saving the country, which it should be our first priority, right? The absolute highest priority of any goal should be to prevent any kind of global state from coming about. That would be the worst. That would be worse than an extinction event, in my personal opinion. At least in an extinction event, yeah, sure, human life ceases to be, but at least human beings can die free, right? If we ever actually got subjected to a global government system, right, especially as technology has progressed, right, and we can automate many systems, that could be a situation where, at least in principle, it could be self-sustaining and there would be no escape. You would absolutely see reality potentially descend into the kind of hellscape that like the Gnostics envisioned it as, right? Where it's like, again, you have these malevolent powers creating this false world that, you know, is estranged from the real. The closest thing you could ever get to that would be communism. I don't think, could it work? I don't think it could. Because the thing is, there's too much space to regulate the world, you know, from. And good fucking luck trying to do so, right? The only way you could potentially do that is through leveraging nuclear weapons to possibly coerce your way into again control. But I don't know that would work either, because there's a lot of ifs. I'm just saying, like, if there was even a possibility of a global government, that would be the highest priority to actually just like stop in its tracks. Because then there is no escape, right?
If you are going to advocate for any kind of racial commitment to doctors, this must be applied evenly across the board. We know why it's not, but you should try to hold...
Again, like, right there, she's like, we know why it's not. She doesn't say it, but it's implied, and a lot of people know why it is. I'm just trying to, again, say the quiet part out loud.
...them to their standards regardless. That is the only way that you can make any kind of dent in this nonsense.
I will agree with you on this, Boo Huckley. After all this is over, redo all the health sciences, honest testing and such. It's not just the health sciences. It needs to be physics. It needs to be a lot of biological studies. It needs to be sociology, linguistics. There's a lot of things that need to be actually like done in a more objective lens, right? There's a lot of money going in to ensure that certain outcomes come out a particular way. But we can get on that at a later point. Again, ape communication research is one example, right? Where it's like, again, the answer was fucking obvious. It was right in front of everyone's faces. And yet it took someone completely out of the system being like, hey, wait, like, does anyone actually sat down and looked at the data and actually looked at it from a critical perspective? Like, from the perspective of someone who might be doubting the science, and the whole thing just like collapsed on itself. let's see. The global Fourth Reich. Yep. Let's see. There's enough of us that would say you aren't holding me hostage. Let us let the species die. Launch. Yeah. Eliminate the arts in colleges. Period. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, there's no reason to go to college for art. You can absolutely learn art through like being self-taught, right? In fact, you go to art school, and the whole thing with art is get good, right? They can't make you get good. They like what the fuck are they gonna do, right? They can't make you. It's literally one of those things you just have to put the work in. Psychology needs to go back to treatment instead of affirming. Yes, it does. Last stretch of the Kirsche section, right? And it may seem weird that I'm including this, but it's going to make sense as we go through why I'm including this in the conversation about health.
CF sends letter to sex offender asking for help in fostering victim's child.
What?
The Massachusetts Child Services, not very good. I would know. Family members were alarmed after the Department of Children and Families apparently sent a Salem man a letter asking if he would consider becoming a foster parent for the child of a person he was convicted of sexually abusing 6 years ago. Michael Carr, 39, of Salem, was convicted in 2020 in Salem Superior Court for 1 count of indecent assault and battery on a child under 14. He was also convicted of 3 counts of posing as a child in a state... convicted of 3 counts of posing, not posing as, posing a child in a state of nudity or sexual conduct, and then 2 counts of dissemination of obscene material to a minor for coercing the then 14-year-old girl into sending him nude photos and explicit videos of herself. Salem News reported on the case at the time. Carr served 5 years in prison after pleading guilty to the crimes and was required to register as a level 3 sex offender.
Have you seen real life, have you seen long-term vegans, real life zombies? Well, I mean, vegans are retarded, right? Vegans are just like absolutely not living in accordance with like human nature. So it's like, yeah, of course they look like zombies, right? Only 5. Oh no, this shit gets worse, right? This is completely fucking ridiculous. But like, if you think that's a bad one, yeah, sometimes these people don't even get 5. Let's see, what the fuck? Yeah, exactly.
Copy of a letter dated July 21st provided to the Salem News. A DCF social worker contacted Carr, explaining that he was identified as a relative or someone important to the family. Yeah, I mean, I guess your rapist is important. What the fuck? And asked if he would be able to provide foster care or assist in the placement of his victim's 2-year-old daughter. The letter contains no mention of Carr's criminal record, and DCF did not respond to requests for comment for this story. The family said they learned about Carr receiving the letter after he contacted the children's grandmother, expressing confusion as to why he had received the DCF letter. Can we just take a moment?
The chomo, the child molester, reached out because he was confused why he was considered for the position of foster parent. Let's let that sink in. Let that sink in. The fucking criminal who was like arrested for molesting kids was the one who reached out in confusion and signaled the alarm. Yeah, it's like, look, man, what he did was fucking ridiculous, and like he should absolutely have gotten way worse than that. But you know what? I'm glad he reached out to the fucking. I'm glad he raised the alarm on this. Like, hey, I should not be getting this. Just like PDF heard itself in confusion. I don't know if it heard itself in confusion. At this point, it's like, I don't know what to make of this. To be perfectly honest, I've seen a meme recently on X. You can see you see this shit in wood chipper kun, right? It was like the pedophile was all like, even for me, man, that's fucked up.
To express how even actual convicted pedophiles are confused at how fucking horrendous the system is. This pedo's like, hey, the state wants to give me your kid, and I think that's kind of weird. I guess we're lucky that he reported it instead of was just like, yeah, give me the kid, bro. I'll take care of it. The fact that even he is going, what the fuck? Yeah, exactly. Even the rapist is fucking confused. Isn't there a restriction of criminals containing victims? You would think so. But once again, this is Massachusetts, so the mother and the other family members have now raised concerns over Carr being contacted with a letter containing the full name of the child, as well as why he would even be considered as a candidate given his status as a registered sex offender.
Well, I mean, this is Massachusetts. It's a bit of a shithole, let's be fair. So it's like, what the fuck? What, the actual fornication? Yeah, again, I brought this up, I'm bringing this up for a reason, because I'm about to comment on it. I'm just trying to see if I can find a particular citation.
And his criminal history with the mother. Hey, do you guys remember that program that they did in Germany where they, like, gave out children to pedophiles, like, just to see what would happen?
Oh, yeah, I remember that. I remember reading about this. Yeah, this was a real thing. The irony of the PDF realizing how stupid the system is. Yeah, exactly. It's like, even it's so bad. Even the pedophiles, like, this seems kind of fucking ridiculous. What the fuck are we doing here, right?
Happened. You remember that? I remember that. I have no idea why he would even have gotten the letter in the mail or been a candidate for taking a child, especially with how close he was to that whole situation, said Kylie Ritos, a cousin of the mother. It's very upsetting that someone so close to me is being affected by this, not only the mother, but also the kids, because DCF is preaching that the mother should get mental help for what Carr put her through. And then they're doing this. She continued, that's only going to put her back 5 steps through the whole process. The mother was placed into DCF custody as a minor as a result of Carr's abuse. Ritos said she and the mother have repeatedly contacted DCF to say that she, Ritos, would be willing to provide a home to the 2-year-old child who has been in DCF custody for about 18 months. The mother's other child, who is 5 months old, has been in DCF custody for about 2 months. Why are this mother's children in DCF custody in the first place? Like, what did this mother do? Like, we've established that she was a victim of grooming and rape. But, like, how and what has she done to lose custody of her children? Rito said she...
That is also a good question. It's just, again, like, a lot of people don't ask questions like this, right? You do have to sometimes point out how difficult it can be. Well, it depends, right? It depends on where you're at. Because some places are really, really trigger-happy to, like, remove your kids if they can from your control, but others are really reluctant to do that, so... it really does depend on the the circumstances, but yeah. Let's see. No, that wasn't a typo. I really meant sustum. Oh, okay. I don't even know if I actually noticed the typo. I think I just read it as a pun. Lol. Okay, fair enough.
He's received no correspondence from DCF. The children were initially taken into DCF custody following 2 separate physical altercations between the mother and her then partner, according to Ritos. What the fuck? How? How did she get into, like, 2 scuffles and then DCF took them away? Like, I was basically ringside seats to constant fights.
Yep.
And I had the cops come to the house almost, like, bi-weekly, right? That's like twice a week, right?
I think we've all seen the Cure Mom files. It's kind of yeah. I've seen the Cure Mom files. It was a pretty bad childhood, it seems.
We'd come to the house. They would come inside. They would wake me up and be like, "Hey, you gotta wake your brother up. We're gonna take you to your grandparents' house." The cops knew what was happening constantly. And still, no repercussions. And yet this person was in 2 fights, and that's all it takes nowadays? What the fuck? I mean, that's a good thing. That's a good thing, I suppose, that it's happening faster. But it boggles my mind just how many people knew what was going on in my mom's house, and DCF didn't care until she started illegally selling firearms. That was the line for them. Like, what the fuck? They need somebody who will protect them and put them in the best environment there is, Rito said. I love them like they're my own kids, and I feel like I can't do anything from the outside looking in. No one at DCF seems to care that I'm here. She expressed outrage at the path of the letter. And this doesn't surprise me, right? This doesn't surprise me that this Ritos lady is like, hey, I'm a friend of the family. I'm willing to take care of the kid. I have a home. I have a steady job. There's no reason I can't look after this child. Again, Massachusetts child services are absolutely fucking retarded.
Yep.
I was a child, and my mother was deemed an unfit parent when I was like a wee tiny babby, and she lost custody when I was like under 1 year of age. they would not give me to my father despite him having a stable job and living with his parents.
Yeah, it turns out the unfit mother could absolutely decide where the child apparently went. As bizarre as that is, right? It's like, oh yeah, the dad seems to have everything together, and then the mom says, I don't want him to have custody of the child. It's like, well, I mean, you've literally been proven to be unfit to be the mom, so well, I guess we're still gonna listen to you.
Because my mom was basically like, yeah, if I can't have custody, I don't want the father to either. And like, if my grandparents and my dad hadn't recounted this to me, I would have been like, that just sounds way too stupid to have been real. So it's like, I was lucky that my grandparents are as wonderful as they are, and they were just like, well, we should be able to take her as the paternal grandparents. Why would she go into foster care? That doesn't make any fucking sense. I can't speak for other states, but Massachusetts child services are absolutely fucking retarded, have always been, and I don't think there's a single person working for child services in Massachusetts that gives a single fuck about any of the kids in the system. Is foster home Kirsha the darkest timeline? I guess it depends on your definition of darkest timeline. Because, like, if I never had my dad's side of the family and I only had my mom's influence, I'd probably be some, like, crazy coked out prostitute married to, like, a gangbanger at this point. And if I only had, like, my dad's family, I would have been educated in deep blue liberal indoctrination camps that only by the grace of having my mother's shitty upbringing I was able to escape. So I would probably be some, like, blue-haired, metal-faced, crazy feminist, right? So, like, both of those timelines are horrendously dark. Yeah, I'd probably be doing OnlyFans, you know, like, see my hole for the price of a cheeseburger. She expressed outrage.
So we're almost at the end of this, which is where I'll be able to talk about the thing that I was bringing this up for. But you know, I'll bring it up right now, actually. So the reason I've included this section in this part of this recording, right, is actually quite simple. Because there has been a trend of medicalizing character defects, right? So we're not talking about like necessarily just straight up biochemical and like neurochemical like deficiencies, right? We're talking very specifically like decision tree, you know, medicalization, right? Like what you choose to do. Personality disorders being like the very obvious one, right? We have narcissistic personality disorder, histrionic personality disorder, borderline personality disorder, antisocial personality disorder. You know, like these are character defects first and foremost, right? Literally, the thing with the personality disorder is your personality is the thing that needs to be fixed, right? You as a personality, your personality is the problem that needs to be resolved, right? And yet, this is effectively in modern psychology, right? Medicalized. Oftentimes, these are, you know, oftentimes what a lot of this needs is like, again, a radical change in how a person conducts themselves, which means that they have to actually take on the will, the effort of habit formation, of forming better habits, including things like habitual thoughts, habitual actions, and that kind of stuff, right? To form a mental heuristic of how to live their life, right? It requires them to actually use their reason to find out, you know, to discern where it is they're acting irrationally and then subject themselves to a rational standard based on, again, the requirements of their life, and then again what is demanded of their life and what implied there, right? So there is this issue where character problems, not just like personality disorders, but also pedophilia, which yes is a disorder of sexual attraction, but it is also a character disorder, right? Because again, this guy, no one forced this guy to go out there and, you know, rape this girl, right? No one forced them to do this. They went out there and did this all themselves, right? So this is a defect of the character of the person that we're dealing with. And yeah, this has been effectively medicalized. Do we all remember the old TED Talk about how, again, like where that one lady goes on and like to the whole TED Talk community tries to defend minor attracted persons, not, you know, and as it was a weird fucking TED Talk, But yeah, this is a thing that has been going on. So remember how medical equity is tied to things like social equity, right? So your health is the result of socioeconomic status, statuses, right? Well, if health equity includes psychology, right? So it's not just by the treatment of like your anatomy, the treatment of your biology, your chemistry, but also the treatment of your thoughts and behaviors, right? This is literally the domain of psychology. Then your psychological health is also the result of socioeconomic factors. The logical consequence of the Marxist thought with all of this bullshittery, right? So, again, all of that, remember all that thing that we were talking about, the American Medical Association? Now apply medical equity to psychology as a field. If you think about psychology as a subset of medicine, right? Because again, conditions like personality disorders, pedophilia, other ones, I'm struggling to think of any right now. But like other ones like obstinate defiant disorder, for example. These are defects of character that have now been turned into medical problems that can possibly be medicated away, right? Maybe the solution to your problem isn't reframing your habits and thought and deed, but the way that you're interfacing with reality through your reason, the thing that actually safeguards your life and your ability to make use of your life. No, those aren't the real problem. Maybe we can give you these pills and drug you up, and that way, make these problems go away for you, right? It does help in some cases because sometimes someone actually does have a neurochemical disorder, but America is over-medicated because it turns out psychology has been medicalized, right? Right? That's kind of the entire point here. So draft that into this entire conversation. Medical equity. You need to have equal outcomes for different groups, right? No matter what the actual limiting conditions are, the outcomes have to be identical. Well, again, you can't redistribute the health, so you have to redistribute harms. So this is coming to your psychology as well. Well, considering the negative outcome they need the meds. It depends, right? It kind of depends on it because it turns out that at least with personality disorders, you actually can change who you are. You have to choose to do it, and it's a long process. It's an arduous process, but things like your emotions are like, for example, the result of prior cognition. They don't give you any kind of new information, for example. Things about like your responses to stimuli can be trained, right? You can actually train your nerves to harden, to develop a character of steel, or to become soft like putty. There's a lot more control over yourself than you think. And actually, addiction is another one of these, because we actually have decent studies that show that if you believe in free will, if you can convince an addict that they actually have free will and they have a choice, because it turns out a lot of addicts don't believe in free will. The reason they don't believe in free will, it gives them a free pass, because if they don't have free will, then they're not actually responsible for what they do. And if you can teach an addict that they actually have free will, if you can actually convince them of it, their odds of actually beating addiction in a meaningful way go up, like substantially. This isn't like one of those things where it's like, it's a negligible result. No, it's like apparently whether or not you simply believing that you can, and legitimately believing you can actually do this significantly helps you. And like fucking obviously, right? It's like one of those things where it's like, we needed a study to prove this, right? Like it seems bleedingly obvious, but it turns out like even with severe addiction, like if you genuinely like believe that you can, do this, then you actually have a shot at overcoming your addiction. So, let's see. So again, these are character defects that are being medicalized because they let the communists worm their way into all this stuff. Because here's the implicit thing. If these psychological disorders are the result of a medical problem, then you can reduce all of this to materialism. This actually goes right into the Marxist ploy, because now the mind isn't real. The mind is just the product of neurochemistry. There's no actual reason going on behind your eyes. It is just a series of token prediction that is evolutionarily tailored to seem as if it pursues truth, but does not actually pursue truth, right? And here we've arrived at post-truth, and we have arrived at dialectical materialism in one fell swoop. So, a psychologist diagnosed me as a cluster C personality disorder. Interesting. Even if the personality disorder were placebos, the people still act better and more regulated. Well, so here's the thing. Medicine to help someone is one thing, right? It's like, obviously, like, you have to develop the actual capacity to regulate yourself if you're, like, have a difficulty with regulating yourself, right? And you can offset the cost with medicine, but the ultimate goal should be to get someone to be able to regulate themselves without the medication, right? So you can use the medication to offset the cost, and if you will, like, wean them off the medication over time and build their tolerance and build their brain's capacity to regulate themselves on their own. Not everyone is capable of doing that, because some people actually have a legitimate brain disorder, but sometimes it actually is just they need some kind of help, and the medicine isn't necessarily always required to do so. The medicine should be one of those things where it's like it's a last resort. We should probably be trying to get a lot of these people to control themselves and behave better under their own power first, and then provide a medication if it's required to supplement their ability due to the, a defect in their character. Ironically, the diagnosis was to help me get a job. God damn it. Okay. Okay, fair enough. See, well, considering the negative outcome, they need the meds. Oh, I just read that. Damn it.
Of the path of the letter, regardless of whether this was an automated mailing or a mistake. I cannot understand why someone with his background and history involving the children's mother would ever receive confidential information identifying her child.
Apparently he was the same way. It's like, what the fuck am I getting this information from? I shouldn't have this. the man is literally like, I shouldn't have this. What the fuck?
Said. There's simply no reasonable justification for that, and I'm deeply concerned about the privacy implications and the potential risk this creates. And beyond just this specific child situation, like, this is horrendous and never should have happened, right? But this should make you wonder, this was a pedophile who was so confused that he was receiving a letter to take care of a 2-year-old child, he contacted the family. How many other pedophiles have been given letters from child services in Massachusetts asking them to care for a child? How many other times?
You probably don't want to know. You probably don't want to know. And this is actually kind of funny in the sense that, like, obviously this is actually one of those things where it's like a pedophile would usually jump at this kind of opportunity, right? Because they're opportunistic and they also go to where the kids are, right? The whole thing where it's like people were talking about like pedophiles and like the priesthood. It's like, well, you forgot the rabbinate and the imamhood, but yeah, those two. But it's like, no, pedophiles also get into like the teacher positions. They get into like any position that they can have potential access to a potential victim, right? And the reason why is because, one, they're opportunistic, and two, predators go where the prey are. This is why it's kind of important to learn the symbols and the jargon these people actually use. That way you can protect your kid. But the thing about this is, again, this is just like so fucking wild out of pocket. He's just like, man, I gotta report this. What the fuck is wrong with this? Just absolutely fucking ridiculous situation. And yeah, we probably don't want to know the answer to this question. Another question that we probably don't want to know the answer to is, we know what happened in the United Kingdom. What happened in France and a lot of these other countries that let a particular group of people that have teaching about, a prophet who, married a 6-year-old and consummated the marriage when she was 9, but only consummated the marriage when she was 9 because when she was 6 years old, all her hair fell out and everyone thought she was going to die. And, with one of the major sub-branches consisting of 10% of the population of that particular group saying that there's actually no minimum age of consent at all. You can apparently marry a 1-year-old baby. Actually, you can apparently, according to Ayatollah Khomeini, marry significantly younger than that. So it's like, do we really? Do you want to know? Do you want to know what happened to people in France, or in Germany, or in any of these other places? Like, you want to know what's going on in Spain right now? You sure about that? Are you sure you want to know this? And you could probably ask the same question in the United States. It's not going to be nearly as bad, but you know, you could probably ask the same question, especially in areas where they have a high population of this kind of thing, right? It's like, do you really want to know? Now, personally, I think all of that information should come out, right? Because I actually think that there's actually, you know, a benefit to just getting the truth out there in these kinds of, you know, for this kind of situation, right? But at the same time, it's like, are you sure you want to know? Right? Are you sure? Because I have a sneaking suspicion, at least with like France and Germany, definitely, probably Spain too. You're going to be kind of shocked at the answer to that. Let's see. I've been diagnosed as having severe executive dysfunction since childhood and reconfirmed twice so far. It's something that takes constant and careful work to control. I mean, obviously, right? But it's like, the thing is like, again, we all have our... So it's like, if it's an actual disorder in the neurology or the neurochemistry, then yes, medication is one thing, right? But the point that I've been making about this is that a lot of the stuff that has been medicalized in the psychological, in the psychiatry and psychological sphere are not actually brain and chemistry disorders. They're disorders of habit, and they can be fixed by changing the habit. So actually giving habit-based disorders these medicines can actually cause harm in the long term. Now, if they're actually needed, that's one thing, right? So you have to do this by a case-by-case basis. But that's my point, is like the over-medicalization does cause real harm to real people who could have just honestly been helped by, you know, just, again, getting them shipped into shape, like, on a personal level. Let's see. But like, if someone needs the medicine, they need the medicine. Like, you can only act in what you actually have capacity for, right? So I have family relation in the next state that had specific pills that were prescribed and taken to curtail alcohol intake. I would say addiction and alcohol is definitely a character trait. Let's see. It made it taste awful and would make him sick to his stomach. Ooh, actually, that's really clever. We need mass application of MOABs to certain parts of the world. Yeah. I mean, this used to be a far more prevalent practice than people like to think. There's actually a video on Inspiring Philosophy's channel about the practice of pedestry before Christianity came to many regions, and I'm like, I really want to do a commentary on that video because I have a lot to say. Because like most of this information was not new to me at the time, because like this is just something that was like literally universal throughout human history, except for in like a couple places. And there's a lot to comment about, like how a lot of what you're seeing is not really, it's just a return to a lot of the savage behavior of our ancestors, to be perfectly honest. But you know, it's one of those things where I have to wait for my strike. Warning, it's not a strike, to go away before I can do that, because, you know, I directly quoted Ayatollah Khomeini in one of his things about this particular subject, and then YouTube was like, oh yeah, you can't provide a direct citation proving that someone's a pedophile, so that, yeah, it then struck my video down. I was like, okay, well, I guess if you want to see it, you can go to Odyssey, right? Oh my goodness. Let's see, retraining the habit, exactly, a new habit. Basecamp did an episode that sounds similar to that. I mean, it's basic neurology and virtue ethics, to be perfectly honest, right? But also, it's like, again, like, you can reason your way out of a lot of this stuff, right? It's like, a lot of this stuff is like, what you believe affects how you actually perform in a number of cases, right? Like, if you believe that you can actually do something, the odds of you actually accomplishing it skyrocket, because you're actually going to actually do what you can to succeed, right? It's not guaranteed, but your odds of actually succeeding skyrocket if you believe that you actually can succeed. Now, if you don't believe you can succeed, good fucking luck, right?
Times has this happened?
Oh shit, that was at the very end. So yeah, that's why I wanted to keep that in there, is because like as much as I was talking about the medical equity stuff, the medical equity stuff also ties in to the medicalization of psychology as well, right? Like this is not an accident. They are doing this on purpose. They are doing the medicalization of psychology to destroy an objective view of human beings, right? To reduce man to a material entity, because under materialism there's no such thing as truth, and there's no such thing as mind. It is all reducible to matter. So from a Marxist perspective, you absolutely can use this to push your particular view of the world, right? And again, from all these crypto communists, they're all interested in equity. And so what's one of the ways that they're going to do that? They're going to destroy your doctors. They're going to destroy your psychologists. They're going to destroy your psychiatrists. They're going to go and they're going to say all of this is the result of socioeconomic status, inequities. And oh boy, we went from medical equity and psychological equity to now we went to communism as the answer, because the only way to solve these is through social equity, which basically means economic equity. So yeah, I just wanted to point that out there. There was a lot to say here. Also, I kind of just wanted to point out the shams thing, because, like, as funny as that is, I would like people to know that, like, this is, like, actually not a troll the Egyptians are placing on us. This is just a really funny coincidence in the kind of way that, like, only reality can pull this joke, right? There are certain things that are funny because they happen in reality, but they happen in reality in such a cartoonish way that if you put this in a novel or in even an anime, it would be too on the nose, right? But because it's literally real, it's even funnier. So, in like a dark comedy self-parody kind of way. So, yeah, that was the medical section of DEI Gnosis. And by the way, I'm just saying, these people are all fucking Gnostics, right? Highlight the Gnosis, the critical consciousness thing, right? Incompetence and inclusion. And yes, I would suggest going to read the American Medical Association's own words on this bullshit. And I will link James Lindsay's commentary on medical Lysinkoism in the chat, in the description. So y'all have a lovely day, and I'll see y'all in the next video. Let me know what y'all think in the comments section. I'm definitely gonna have to edit this because of the fucking technical difficulties I had earlier. Alrighty then. Okay, let's see. What are we getting now? Actually, hold on. Let's pull up a Sabina Hossenfelder thing. Okay, let's move this over here. And then we will open this, because these both have something that I can really comment on. Let's see.
Ask, and indeed I think you should ask.
Okay.
I've removed.
Okay. Let's see. All right, so now I'm gonna piss off a number of other people, it seems, talking about this is, I don't know if this is quite Lysinkoism, and I don't really think it is, because it's not really an ideological motivation for some of this. But there is this thing where it's like, again, how much of the research that you're paying for with your tax dollars is actually real, right? So I will be above board. This has been up for a year. This was released on February 15th, 2005. And I've had this in the back pocket for a little bit, because I also wanted to have something a little bit more contemporaneous pop up about this. And it turns out something a little bit more contemporaneous did actually, happen. Hold on. Are you going to eat 6 to 7 chicken nuggets? I already did. I already did. Right. So, I don't agree with Sabina Hossenfelder on everything, but I do respect her and like her commentary on the sciences. So let's see what she has to say. And I think this will be quite enlightening for a number of people. So
I want to read you an email that I was asked to keep confidential. I've been thinking about this for a long time, but I now believe that reading it to you will go some way to explain why I'm worried about the status of scientific research generally, but especially in the foundations of physics.
what the fuck did the Automod censor in that sentence? I have no idea.
I received this email about 7 years ago after I published a comment in Nature Physics titled "Science Needs Reason to be Trusted." In it,
Okay, so I'm going to go back just so we can read the abstract, right? Well, not the abstract, but this, because I can't read the, this beginning part because of how it's divided. So, the science needs reason to be trusted. I mean, obviously, right? By Sabina Hossenfelder. That we now live in the grip of post-factualism would seem naturally repellent to most physicists. But in championing theory without demanding empirical evidence, we're guilty of ignoring the facts ourselves. Now, this goes back again to the speculative metaphysic thing, right? The idea is so beautiful that it takes precedent over the real. And in fact, we see this especially in theory of everything research, right? There's been many theories of everything that have been proposed, and none of them have actually given anything that has tested in their favor, right? Loop quantum gravity had to be revised so that the speed of light was actually not necessarily, didn't have to be variable, which was an interesting thing because its entire claim was that, okay, the speed of light is theoretically variable and slightly faster in really, really extremely high energies, right? Well, it turns out that didn't really pan out, so then the math was fudged, so, oh, look, loop quantum gravity theory doesn't need to predict this anymore, right? Well, we also had the same thing in string theory. Now, granted, there's more than one string theory. There's at least 10 to the power of 500 different variants of string theory, and, probably even more, actually. But the two main contenders in string theory are called M theory and F theory. Now, they're very similar to each other. The real difference is that there's an extra dimension in F theory. There's actually two time-like dimensions. But anyway, long story short, they both predict things like SUSY, or supersymmetry, something that we should have detected in things like the Large Hadron Collider. And if those particles do exist in SUSY, then we shouldn't expect to see them. If they weren't found in the Large Hadron Collider, we should expect to see them only at the Planck scale, which is such a high energy bar that you would need an accelerator the circumference of the fucking planet to actually detect them. So yeah, it's kind of pointless to test some of these theories because it's literally not physically possible to test some of these theories, right? Those are just like two examples of things like, well, we did predict this and then it didn't really pan out anywhere because it turns out it's probably just not fucking true, right? Another one that was proposed that didn't really go anywhere was like the exceptionally simple theory of everything, or the Lie-E8 group, which predicted a number of novel particles. And this is a big flag because the novel particle thing always pans out to be fucking wrong. I have a very strong suspicion we're probably not going to find any more new particles past the standard model, but that's just a me thing. I could be wrong. I could be talking out of my ass, right? But and it's not the only one. Like, there's a number of different alleged theories of everything, from like geometric unity, all this other shit, and like, well, none of these give testable predictions. And when they do give testable predictions, they always turn a result that actually disconfirms the prediction, and then you could just modify the theory because it turns out math is infinitely fungible, right? So it's like, what? And like, people still go onto this theory of everything thing when it's like, you might want to just dig deeper into the questions we don't actually have resolved about, for example, quantum mechanics. Like, for example, the measurement problem. Like, what exactly do we mean when we talk about measurement per se, right? So yeah, it's interesting stuff, but it's just all a bunch of fucking gas, to be perfectly honest.
In it, I explained how I lost trust in scientific self-correction after I realized how much of what's published in the Foundations of Physics is nonsense and continues to be nonsense.
There was a group called Peer Review Watch, which would actually look out for this exact thing, and they went downhill over time, right? But another thing that people don't really like pointing out is peer review mills, right? Where you can actually pay people to give you peer reviews and even potentially tailor that peer review, towards your benefit to push your paper through the system and potentially, again, like bolster your career.
This email came from someone who I've met a few times but don't know in any depth, and who at the time worked at a top institution in the United States.
That happens a lot in space exploration. Oh yeah, this happens all the time with like astrophysics too. Like MOND is another example where it's like MOND makes all these predictions, and then it turns out, well, the prediction didn't actually match the observations. So then instead of abandoning MOND, they just modify MOND, and then all of a sudden there's a new prediction which could theoretically be observed, and then we could just repeat this process over and over again, right?
To honor the request of confidentiality, I've removed some details. Hi Sabine, I'm if you remember me. I'm not using my work email. The topic is a bit delicate, and I hope that our conversation will remain confidential.
You're going to see why this conversation didn't remain confidential soon.
I'm contacting you regarding your recent paper in Nature, which made a lot of noise. First of all, congratulations on a nice paper. If you wanted to attract attention, you managed to do this. Actually, I'd like to ask you next time, think not only about short-term personal benefits, but about the community in general. You understand what consequences your publication might bring for our community? What are all these BSM model builders with exaggerated self-opinion going to do afterwards? What?
So BSM means beyond the standard model. Real quick explanation of what the standard model is. It is just the standard model concerns what particles are most fundamental. So it's the list of quarks, the list of leptons, and these are just like, again, the quarks are the ones that interact with the strong force. Think about like the up and down quarks, which compose protons and neutrons. And then the leptons are the things that interact with the weak interaction. Things like, for example, electrons and neutrinos. And the third category, those are fermions. And then you have the bosons, which are the particles that we usually describe with like forces. And those are only four forces or four interactions. Those are the photon, the W plus, W minus, which usually counted as 1. The gluon, and I'm fucking blanking on it. I should know this off the top of my head. I used to be able to rattle this off in like high school. Fuck. One of the ones that isn't covered. Oh, the Higgs boson. That's what it was. One of the ones that isn't in the standard model, and this has been one of the big issues with the standard model, has been the graviton, whether or not gravity is quantizable. And the standard model does not predict a graviton. That is a prediction that has been made in some models beyond the standard model, but it's not a prediction of the standard model. And many beyond the standard model, in order for it to be a beyond the standard model theory, it has to either predict things outside the standard model, which can include like new interactions or like for example, calculations that aren't predicted by obviously the standard model, but it can include new particles. And this is the real popular fucking beyond the standard model thing, is to predict, oh yeah, this is new particle we can test for, right? We can test for an axion, we can test for a fucking branon, right? We can test for all kinds of shit that like we could just like imagine in the math. But yeah, so that's what BSM means. Let's see. We will eventually get the truth through these modifications, only if those modifications are to theories that are actually close to the truth, right? I'm not convinced that any of our attempts at creating a theory of everything is actually even remotely close to possibly a correct answer. Why not pay them to do the work on peer review, it? All putting out BS does is make you look like garbage in the future when it's found out. I mean, I would agree, but you'll see why in a moment. This is covered in the email.
What about experimentalists who survive hiding inside big multi-TV collaborations? Can you offer them all any decent employment alternatives? Some of them.
It literally is this. It's literally, if we can't produce results, we're going to be out of a job. And they haven't been able to produce any new results in, like, predictions since the 60s. Literally, like, the Higgs boson was predicted, if I remember correctly, I could be wrong, but it was predicted in, like, the 60s, right? So, and it was found. So, yeah, sure, like, we did find the Higgs boson, and that's a great achievement. I'm not knocking that at all. But the problem is that, again, nothing really predicted past the 60s has actually produced anything in experimental physics, or high energy physics, not experimental physics. There are certain experiments that are actually really promising. But like in high energy physics, nothing past like the 60s has actually been found that wasn't already expected. Let's test for the fair particle, right? I meant in general in science. Let's see. Okay, yeah, fair. Then they need to learn how to put the fries in the bag. Yeah, but let's be fair, a lot of people are trying to avoid that exact thing. There is a island of stability. Possibly, right? If we can reach that. We still gotta actually test to see if that's the case.
Have families and young children. Some of them are already too old to get employment elsewhere. For some of them, academia is the only way to get US visa.
Ah, yes, the US visa thing. Interesting how it somehow always fucking boils down to this shit, right?
If you like, yes, what we created is a bubble, but it helps thousands of those guys and their families not to die from hunger. We all
As if they can't get a job somewhere fucking else, right? Yeah, we're gonna die from hunger if we can't work here. It's like, okay, that just tells me you're not gonna work anywhere else. That is literally a decision, right?
all do the same stuff and have some trade secrets. For example, I'm one of the authors of the so-called model. Pretty useless stuff, old refurbished with a...
Now, granted, it's obvious why she has to, like, fucking censor this, but again, it's like, oh yeah, I'm the author of the so-called, like, insert here, model, pretty useless stuff, old refurbished, again, censored, probably means bullshit, with a couple of new blows and whistles. I don't know why it says blows. Even by his own assessment, it's crap that helps them get grants. Who cares? It's like, again, these people are professional bullshitters, right? They know what they're selling is fucking snake oil, but they know that it's also a way to get money.
Couple of new blows and whistles, but if people buy this...
Oh no, I know it's a different branch of particle physics. You're talking about like atomic physics. You're talking about things like nuclear physics. I am aware of that.
And it helps them to get grants. Who cares? For people who pay us, all we do is just noise. They have zero idea that elementary particles exist. They pay us from public funds, not from their own.
I fucking hate that line because the public funds are our own. We're literally held at gunpoint to pay these funds, right?
And basically pay for something cool, some new crazy hype, which they need either to include into their science spending reports or, in case of universities, to attract students. Your paper made a lot of noise and most likely will affect redistribution of HEP funds towards other areas.
So yeah, she has it right there. But again, did they fucking have this with the BSM for like basic, for a fucking like beyond the standard model? I didn't even see that at the bottom.
But I doubt that you'll be able to suggest and implement any organizational changes. Also, any changes of quality criteria which would demonstrate uselessness of somebody's work will have zero chance of approval.
Well, for example, we could stop doing black hole like thermodynamics papers. Like every 4 or 5 years, you come up with a new. There's a new fucking article in the science journals. Like, oh yeah, we finally figured out. We finally solved the black hole information paradox. We finally found a resolution to like what's going on with the singularity. Because it turns out there's multiple answers you can come up with, and none of this is testable until you can actually get your hands on a black hole, right? So it's like all of this is just fucking vacuous gas. It's interesting. Like, I don't mind talking about shit in the abstract, but it's like, you have to at least be honest that it's in the abstract, that it doesn't really touch the real world, right? College daddies want their chicken tendies, effectively, yeah. It's like, On the one hand, I understand this is their dream job, and then it was a fucking dead end. But it's like at the same time, it's like, my guy, like, you might just have to move on from some of this, right? It's just like again, I understand, but it's like you can't be just taking money from the taxpayers to do nothing, right? To like pump out bullshit papers that don't actually do anything. That's launching nuclei at each other to make them stick. The high energy physics is protons at each other. Let's see. I think we have the money and capability for pure science research. We just need to attack the horrendous fraud. Oh, yeah. As much as I love science, I think it's time we take a hiatus from government funding of this research. If this was private funding, this shit would be expected to have a return on its investment. You are exactly right. There is no consequence for wasting fucking money on like bullshit research with the government. This is why ape communications research lasted so long before it was blown up by a single paper pointing out that an ape has never generated a sentence in any single attempt to teach an ape how to use sign language. Right? Oh my goodness. Let's see. If there is a black hole there, should be a white hole. One sucks, the other blows. Well, I mean, a black hole and a white hole are the same thing. If you reverse time, a black hole is just a time reverse. A white hole is just a time reversed black hole. I'm still pleased octopus is Greek in origin, not Latin, so it pluralizes to octopuses and not octopi. Oh, the obvious joke not being said, right? NEETs contribute more to society. Possibly, right? Joke flew over your head. No, I got it. I knew what you were doing.
I understand that all what I wrote about
Or what
might
Fushigi
sound
was doing.
harsh. Sorry for this. But this is how our society is built. And this is not only a problem in the HEP community, but also exists in all other areas.
Yeah, he's not wrong about that. Again, it's not just the ape communications research, and it's not just this. You also have this bloat in other areas. For example, have you ever heard of feminist glaciology? No, I didn't make that up. That's a real field of study. That is a real field of study in glaciology, feminist glaciology. We're throwing money at a lot of bullshit areas. Now, at least in physics. At least there is theoretically some kind of return on investment you can get, unlike feminist glaciology, where it's literally just you're paying for fucking masturbatory essays on, like, it just bullshit. But it's like, at least in physics, in theory, there might be something you can actually pull out of this. But, you know, it's just in this particular area of physics, it doesn't seem like we're going to be able to get anything anytime soon. Again, when your best predictions predict that you will not see anything till like the Planck energies, again, needing a collider the circumference of the planet, then no, you're not getting any return on investment in anything you're going to find. Wait, what? That is an actual fact? No, feminist glaciology is a real field of study. Sadly enough, it is a real academic field of study, which proves that academia is kind of overrated, to be perfectly honest. I do agree that physics science has hit a wall of practicality. Unless we are willing to actually go into space and start fine-tuning HAL thrusters, we're not going to get a lot of mileage out of this. Again, just think about it this way. All the money that's being spent to make ever larger colliders, and again, we don't expect to find anything, could be used on trying to begin our settlements of Mars. Right? If you really needed it to go into some kind of scientific endeavor, then your best return on investment would be mining the moon, because on the moon you have helium-3, which is actually very easy to create fusion out of. Right? We actually have the capacity to make fusion engines from helium-3. And it's a clean fusion. So it's like the waste product from it is actually clean. And there is enough helium-3 on the moon to fucking sustain human society for thousands of years, even at projected like growth rates. So it's like, what the fuck are we doing? Right? I would really just rather us actually start mining the moon, because if you can start mining the moon, you can also set up a series. You can also set up the infrastructure required to reduce the amount of energy required to go to places like Mars and then Europa and then the rest of the goddamn solar system, so that we could actually find out if any of these places actually had life, because we could actually go and retrieve probes that have been there, and then we can also go and like set up settlements ourselves, right? So in Cosmic the Inventor of Fairness. Let's see. I'm convinced that the only reason we have not gone into space and started mining is that it would absolutely crash the metal economy. That, you know, fair. I mean, there's a, yeah, you could absolutely mine. You know, a lot of these meteors are made out. Asteroids are made out of metal, like iron. You know, all these other. You know, there is one asteroid that has enough platinum on it to crash the the price of platinum. So it's like, it could very well be exactly that. But you know, I still think it's worth going to space. Hell, even larger collider in space could be very useful, either to figure out the best ways to produce antimatter or as a defensive weapon. You're never going to get antimatter in any meaningful quality. I highly doubt that's going to happen. But again, it's like, yeah, there are things you can do in space that we're just not doing because we're not funding it, because we're funding all this bullshit research.
My heart is bleeding when I regularly see bright and intelligent persons with independent ways of thinking leaving academia or getting kicked out, whereas obedient idiots remain. But there's nothing we can do. Those who get kicked out usually find better opportunities outside of academia. Those who remain in academia accept the rules and enjoy the comfort of academic life. Of course, sometimes there are exceptions, like string theorists Smolin and White, but I doubt you'd like to share their destiny.
Hold on. Just that note on the bottom, I think, is actually kind of really important to bring up, too. So, note, neither Smolin nor White are string theorists. So, yeah.
Their destiny.
So I find it really interesting that, again, it's like these people, you didn't even get the fucking field for these people correct. So it's like, what the fuck is going on here? But yeah.
I'm reading this to you as an illustration, a rare example of somebody else's honest words. I can't prove to you that this email is real, so you'll have to take my word for it. In contrast to the person who sent this email, I don't think that taxpayers are stupid. We're not paying physicists for crazy new hype. We want to see results. And soon taxpayers will start asking some tough questions. An example. So they told you that this Dune experiment that's being built from some billions of dollars of public funds at Fermilab will tell us why we exist or why the universe didn't disappear. I regret to inform you that it won't do any such thing. Regardless of what the result of the Dune experiment will be, it'll not tell us why the universe contains more matter than antimatter, because this question is impossible to answer within the context of our current theories.
And yeah, that's another thing that I think people kind of just don't understand, is that, like, even if you get the like certain test results back, right? You might not be able to do anything with it, right? Let's say, for example, we find out we're wrong about the mass of the neutrino. Okay, I mean, in theory, maybe we're like, there's something going on with like neutrino oscillation, and we just don't understand this, right? But it's like, okay, how does this actually, like, it's interesting. And sure, down in the future, maybe somewhere in like 10,000 years the future, right, when we're fighting space orcs, maybe it'll, be useful for us to know this. But what is the actual use? What do we actually do with this, right? How does this actually help us understand the world around us in a way that we can actually, like, use it pragmatically speaking, right? Let's see. More resources than we have mined in history in a single asteroid. Yeah, and that's why it's another thing that it's like, I don't really think even if we go to an asteroid, we're going to really be able to mine it, completely down. It's going to take a long time to mine any single asteroid, right? The discovery of fair matter Let's see. There are questions we never get we will never get an answer to. That's reality. Yeah, it's like the things with like what happened before the Big Bang. It's like I don't really think that you're ever going to have a scientific. I don't think you're ever going to be able to really test that hypothesis, right? It's just never going to fucking happen.
Matter-antimatter symmetry that Dune is supposedly shedding light on is a pseudo-problem. It's a story that physicists have made up that they're now selling to the public because they think that once they have the money, it doesn't really matter if they deliver what they promised. Though, to be fair, I think that some of them are honestly confused about what CP violation in the neutrino sector even says about antimatter. What will the experiment do? It'll measure some properties of neutrinos. What's that good for? It's good for keeping particle physicists employed, because some of them have families and it'd be unfair if they had to do something useful for their income, wouldn't it? And has anyone even noticed?
And that's the thing that, like, again, people need to, like, understand is, like, again, they have to get this money from somewhere. So they get the money from all these people who are not going to benefit from anything that they're doing, right? They're not actually performing in the free market way of like, look, I will give you a concrete representation of my time or my productivity or my process or my availability, depending on like what you're getting paid for, right? And for some kind of service. In this case, like, again, testing these things. Someone would be willing to pay for this stuff because, again, like, eventually this could be potentially useful. But your average Joe, this doesn't help them in any way, shape, or form. All it does is it funnels money from their pockets into their pockets. And, again, that's money that they could have used doing something else that would have actually more effectively benefited their own lives and the lives of the people that they actually, care about. So, again, it's like, what the fuck are we doing here, right? So it's like we have electron-ion colliders set to begin long lead procurements. EIC projects passes critical decision 3A, CD 3A. Official okay to procure key components for building state-of-the-art collider.
Notice that the US government spent another $2 billion or so on a new particle collider at Brookhaven. Its purpose.
It's difficult to nitpick what discoveries are useful at the time of the discovery. We might not find discovery meaningful until we find another discovery that makes something else click. But you can, to a certain extent, tell which discoveries would actually be useful given certain parameters. Let's, for example, say that we actually did discover what's on the inside of a black hole, right? Let's say we actually had the correct mathematical formulation for that. That actually doesn't help us in any way, shape, or form. It doesn't tell us how to make a black hole, again, in our laboratories to exploit, because let's be fair, our black hole engine can actually be very stable. That'd be more of a spacecraft thing than anything else. It doesn't tell us how to get to any of these black holes. It doesn't help us in any way, shape, or form. Same thing like if we find out the mass of the neutrino is wrong. Okay. Well, it doesn't really matter that the mass of the neutrino that you predicted is wrong. It's still the fact that like neutrinos don't really interact with traditional matter, right? It's still the case that like trillions of neutrinos are passing through my pinky tip every second, and they don't interact with matter or the rest of matter the way that like is actually useful, right? So it's an interesting thing to know, but it has no actual practical effects because it's like in order to try to do anything with the neutrino, you would have to either use some kind of, you'd have to make out of a material substrate something, a tool, to actually try to influence the way neutrinos behave. And the only ways you can do that are gravity, which it weakly interacts with, or electromagnetism, which again, it's neutrally charged, so good luck with that, right? Or like, those are the only things you really have in the option, right? Like, it doesn't really matter how technologically advanced you get. You're not going to really be able to modify the Higgs. You're not going to really interact with the Higgs field in any way that you control. You're not going to be able to do that with, like, gluons, which wouldn't affect neutrinos anyway, because they don't interact with the gluon. And it wouldn't really do anything with a weak interaction, right? The weak interaction only works on extremely small scales, just like the strong interaction. So it's functionally useless. Like, it's interesting information. Like, from the perspective of an ontologist, it's interesting information. But from the perspective of, like, pragmatic technological benefit to your fellow man, it does you nothing, right? And that's the thing most people are actually paying for. let's see. But broad strokes, I do agree with you that this field has hit a big wall. Okay, then we're on mostly the same side then. They need to enslave you for my right.
Purpose is to improve measurements of the quark and gluon distribution inside of heavy ions. What's it good for? You're not supposed to ask. You're supposed to believe that you're too stupid to understand what it's good for. But let me fill you in. It's good for keeping particle physicists employed. Meanwhile, the Chinese are laughing their asses off that you think it makes your country worth defending. That particle physicists...
And she's absolutely right about this. Again, she called this fucking a year ago, right? And actually, she'd been talking about this for a lot longer than a year. It's just... This was a culmination of her frustrations about all this, because it is just intensely frustrating to watch all this happen. Because like, I actually am interested in a lot of this stuff, but I also know that a lot of this stuff is also completely useless, right? I don't expect it to be of any kind of technological use at any way, shape, or form. Even a Type 3 civilization, I don't think would be able to make use of a lot of this stuff. But that's not the reason why that's not the reason why I'm interested in it. I'm interested in it because I wanted to understand how reality works at the base level. And that would include all this stuff. But the problem is like, if there's a bunch of bullshit research getting sifted through, then again, that just makes it actually harder to figure out what the hell's actually going on.
have created these bubbles of useless research is not a problem that can be fixed from inside the community. The only way to fix the problem is to stop paying them. I'm afraid that this is exactly what's going to happen.
And I agree. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting if someone comes out with a paper or something that effectively does to physics what can an ape create a sentence did to, for example, ape communication research, because that's another thing, right? It's like, you weren't supposed to ask what good is it to be able to talk to a gorilla or a chimpanzee, right? I mean, there are some religious implications, right? Maybe when you start talking to the gorilla and the chimpanzee, you start asking it questions, the gorilla's like, the heavens declare the glory of God, the skies proclaim the work of his hand, right? There's some, like, that would be very strongly useful for example, Christians, right? Because, it kind of confirms their theology. But, like, outside of that, there's not really any kind of use for talking to gorillas, for the most part, or chimpanzees. And, again, it was one of those things where it's like, even the people, this is the funny part, where she said, you're not, what's it good for? You're not supposed to ask. You're supposed to think you're too stupid to understand. In ape communication research, the people who actually were writing the papers could not actually understand American Sign Language. And plus, apes can't use American Sign Language either. Their hands literally don't have the range of motion to make a number of the signs that American Sign Language uses. So they were attempting to be, the scientists attempted to teach them, what would be called gorilla sign language for like Coco, for example. And what it basically was alleged to be was a modified version of American Sign Language, taking into account that, again, ape hands are not as dexterous as human hands. There's literally ranges of motion that human beings have in their hands that apes can't do. And the thing is they were banking on that. It's like, oh, you're too stupid to understand that this research is actually useless, right? That the apes actually don't speak. What, do you speak American Sign Language, right? Do you see? It's like, how can you criticize this, right? It's like, you don't speak American Sign Language, so there's nothing you can really say that's actually going to show that we're not wasting our time, right? Or that we are wasting our time. And it got so bad that even the deaf volunteers, who were actually the ones teaching the apes, allegedly, American Sign Language, they were being hired, they were being paid to pay attention to anything that could possibly be marked as a sign. Like, they would sign their ass off. Think about like talking all day, right? How that would tire you out. They were hired to do literally exactly that, to try to teach these apes how to actually speak with sign language, right? How to sign. And there are accounts of some of these deaf volunteers who would notice that the hearing people, the people who didn't speak American Sign Language, every time the ape would make a gesture, it's like, that right there, that's a sign, mark that down, right? But when the deaf person saw the same thing, it's like, no, there's no intentionality behind here. There's no grammar to it. It's not even the proper sign. It vaguely looks like the sign, but that's not actually intentional. It is just flailing around. It doesn't understand what you're looking for. It's basically trying to give you a gesture because it knows that certain gestures get it treats and other gestures make it to where we don't give it any water. But it doesn't know what gestures get the reward because it doesn't understand syntax. It doesn't understand grammar. It doesn't understand our lexicon, right? So you're marking this as the ape is actually speaking, but it's not even saying, but it's saying nothing, right? There's nothing here. And this went on for a fucking ridiculous amount of time. And that was the exact same thing there too. What is it good for? Doesn't matter. You're supposed to think that you're too stupid to realize this is useless research that you're being forced to pay for, and that actually might be literally into nothing, right? At least in the case of like successful research, at least hypothetically speaking, there's some true information that comes out of that we can use, right? It's even more of a slap in the face when it turns out what the research is paying for is consistently bullshit, right? And I think that we should be offended by this because this is fucking ridiculous. They're literally taking from our paychecks that we could be using for our own lives to just spite us, to be perfectly honest. Let's see. We must teach God to the gorillas. That actually would be pretty. That would be pretty baller, right? Let's see. For all we know, everything we think about physics and the theories is wrong, but passable, and reality is different. But we would never know under the current science regime. Well, I mean, what was the thing? What was the thing Max Planck ironically said? It was either him or Heinrich Lawrence, I forget. Where science progresses one gravestone at a time, right? Let's see. The fact that we can teach most evolved animals language to any degree is so much evidence that there's something truly special about humans. Oh, can't. Yes, I would agree.
I didn't want this to happen. This is why I wrote my 2017 comment. But
I love how, like, again, I mentioned this slightly in the fucking medical Lysenkoism video, and it fucking popped up in the... Oh, by the way, that was definitely a case of Lysenkoism. That was definitely politically and ideologically motivated. I don't think this is politically and ideologically motivated. I think this is just, again, people have a self-interest to... And it's not a rational self-interest, it's a very irrational self-interest. But it's a, like, they just don't want to do certain things, like put the fries in the bag, so they cheat the system. But I don't think this is itself ideologically motivated, like the communications research thing, I think, was, and like the medical equity thing that we were talking about, I think, is.
at this point, it's too late for them to change anything about it. I've read this email dozens of times, and each time I'm stunned by how condescending it is to all the people who do honest work and whose taxes pay for academic jobs. It makes me sick.
And it should, right? Because look, this comes from like a high and mighty, better than thou idea, right? It's like, oh, I work in academia, I'm better than you, right? Oh, it's like, okay, well then you build the buildings, right? You do the fucking plumbing shit, right? I mean, you're in academia, you're smart enough, you can handle this shit, right? Like, all of these hardworking, honest people, right? The people who actually go and they actually do the work that these academics don't want to do. And it's fine, because guess what? We do need academics, but we need honest academics. But you know what else we need? We need the people who actually lay the foundation work that the academic can then actually build off of themselves, right? We need the bricklayer. We need the we fucking need the glass worker. We need the metal worker. We need the people who actually, like, for example, do the security work. These are not lowbrow positions. These are positions of dignity, right? You work your ass off in these fields, but you work your ass off in these fields, including things like sanitation, sanitation management, because these are jobs worth doing, right? Now, granted, you may not enjoy those jobs, right? It's literally, hold on. I'm not going to play it because it's going to get me copyright struck, but we all remember micro dirty jobs, right? It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it, right? There's a dignity in doing the thing that's actually required that no one else wants to do, right? First of all, like, in doing so, it's a thing that needs to be done, right? Second of all, yes, it actually does fulfill your rational self-interest. You actually get paid for doing your work, and presumably in a healthy society, right? You do your job well, you get paid better. But, you know, again, it's all these high and mighty, there's all these high and mighty people who want to work in HR and academia who look down on these people. It's like, no, your entire society is predicated on these people. Right? Your entire society is predicated on these people. The only reason you even have this academic job is because of people like this. It just fucking bothers me. Anyway, doctors and scientists are getting exposed, right? Bad doctors, bad scientists. Oh, I'm on a fucking roll apparently with just like academic misconduct.
And it makes me glad that I no longer have anything to do with this so-called research area that's rotten to the core.
Again, like if this was just like this could make interesting like mathematical fiction, right? You could still salvage some of this for like storytelling, right? You could probably make a really interesting like a story on like the basic particle model, right? The idea that like each of these elementary particles are actually just two photons orbiting each other. Like, so it's like, is it bullshit? Probably. Honestly, probably. But like, there's an interesting story you can tell in there, right? You could very well tell that as like the basis in a science fiction story about the relation, about like a relational metaphysic, where it's like, again, it's about like the love of two different people, right? You could have that as like the physical basis by which you can analogize the love of like two people. And yeah, sure, is the model bullshit? Probably. But you can still, like, you work it into, like, a science fiction story. So, like, these people, if they actually really wanted to, they could probably leave their fucking field and then just turn what they've been working on into a science fiction story. We do this all the fucking time, to be perfectly honest, right? Like, what do you think every magic system is? Magic systems are just bullshit, like science. Like, oftentimes they're just bullshit science, like systems that you can understand that just work differently than the real world. You can leverage these to actually tell stories. You don't think that you can't turn string theory into like the basis of a universal musicalis? The universal music. You can absolutely analogize string theory to the universal music of like medieval theology. Right? There's all kinds of ways that you could use this stuff, even if it doesn't actually touch reality, to tell, for example, moral tales. And it boggles the mind. It's like, yeah, is this functionally, pragmatically useless? Yeah. It could be used in great myth building, though. So it's like, even if you had to leave academia, you potentially still have a way to make money off this.
If you're one of the many physicists who know full well what nonsense research I'm talking about, but you still keep your mouth shut, if you're one of those who laugh about me because no one believes what I'm saying, if you're one of those who spread lies about me, like that story that I was invited to give a talk at CERN but was afraid to go, did you make that up? I hope it was amusing. But Jesus, use your brain. Your problem isn't that I'm making noise. Your problem is that you're lying to the people who pay you. Your problem is that you're cowards without a shred of scientific integrity. Your problem is that every bubble eventually bursts.
Yep.
By the way, the reason
And it's going to be pretty fucking hard on these people when it bursts, right? It's like, what did you do? It's like, can you imagine? It's like if this becomes a thing where it's like, yeah, the bubble bursts and then people find out, it's like, oh, this was all bullshit research. It's like, hey, so what did you do for the last 10 years? Well, I did research into causal dynamical triangulation. Can you explain that in English, please? I did theoretical physics. Wasn't experimental? No. Okay, taking notes on that, right? Just like, that's interesting, right? I don't imagine that'll go very well over in a, I don't imagine that this is going to really endear these people to the positions when they need to get a new job, right? They angered the Norwegian scientist. I believe she's German, actually.
I now call it nonsense
Unless that was a joke, in which case it's like, that's fair enough, right?
research and no longer bullshit research is that YouTube flags the latter as profanity, and we don't want to be profane on this channel. That would be absolutely terrible.
Is that why my SEO is fucking borked? Is it because I curse all the time? Is it because I curse all the time? Or is it because I bring up horrors beyond most people's comprehension? It's like, why is my SEO borked, right?
All right, let me know what you think about all this in the comments. There are many reasons why you might not want other people to get your private information. And
okay, this is an ad, and yeah, I think the rest of this isn't. Yeah, the rest is an ad. And yeah, I agree with her. Right? It's just it's fucking ridiculous how, again, a lot of these academics, they want to look down on the people paying for their fucking like research, and then a lot of these people, they don't really think as if they need to provide anything back to the people who paid for their literal livelihood in the first place. And it's infuriating, to be perfectly honest. The scientists unironically act like Luddites, my unneeded job. Okay, there's a thing that I haven't thought about yet. That's actually an interesting thing. Maybe that's why we got those bad studies on, like, again, AI and like fucking what was it, cryptocurrency carbon emissions, where it's like, it's interesting that you use this metric, which is very obviously a bullshit metric, to actually calculate carbon emissions. Wonder why you would do that. I wonder why you would pick a metric that actually is not touch the real in any way, shape, or form. Interesting. And if you want to know what I'm talking about, you can watch my video responding to the unique Namosaurus on the NFT stuff. I talk about that in that video.
neuroscience is not.
So we're going to hit a secondary field of science today. Because again, it's not that science is unreliable, it's that the peer review system is falling apart, it seems. So we need to clean house.
Doing well, not at all. In the past months, we've seen multiple studies from independent groups showing that a large number of studies about the human brain and human behavior are just wrong. I have a brief summary, and then I want to talk about what this means and how it could happen.
So, again, this is the kind of thing that also is happening in psychology right now, right? And I have a sneaking suspicion. If you cut away all the bullshit from sociology, I have a sneaking suspicion more sociology is going to turn out to be bullshit than modern psychology, to be perfectly honest. I really do think that if we actually pull back the bullshit, sociology is going to turn out to be a borderline fake, a borderline fake science. Mostly from the conflict theory, side. Symbolic interactionism might actually have something. But definitely conflict theory is complete fucking hogwash. But, it will have its day. It'll have its day where it can no longer bullshit through, and someone will actually have to, people will actually sort through this shit and be like, wait, this doesn't make any sense. So anyway, let's read this thing, because she's going to probably talk about this, but not actually read the paper. So, why blood flow, and this, by the way, was released in 2025, why blood flow is not a reliable indicator of the brain's energy requirements. And this should be bleedingly obvious, but let's see what it says. 40% of MRI signals do not correspond to actual brain activity. For almost 3 decades, functional magnetic resonance imaging, fMRI, has been one of the main tools in brain research. Yet a new study published in the renowned journal Nature Neuroscience fundamentally challenges the way fMRI data have so far been interpreted with regard to neuronal activity. According to the findings, there is no generally valid coupling between the oxygen content measured by MRI and neuronal activity. So, interesting. Is this a meta study? Is this a meta study?
Devastating recent paper comes from a group in Germany and was published in Nature Neuroscience. They looked at brain studies which...
Okay, yeah, this is a meta-study. Meta-studies are ones you need to pay attention to, because a meta-study is literally looking at the studies that have come out, right? So it's literally a paper evaluating the research that has been presented, and then looking at it from an epistemological and like an actual research perspective. Like, do these studies actually prove what it is they claim to prove, right? Sometimes the answer is yes. Sometimes the answer is hell no. But
rely on a measurement technique called functional magnetic resonance imaging, fMRI for short, and found that about 40% of these signals simply don't measure what scientists thought they measure. These scans detect changes in blood flow. Scientists assumed that more blood flow means that neurons use more oxygen and fire more. Hence, a larger fMRI signal means more brain activity. But
I mean, to be fair, it's actually kind of easy to see where this logic comes from, right? It's not necessarily a bad theory. It's just, it also needs to be tested because it could be wrong. And it does seem like maybe it might have actually been wrong, right?
the new study shows that in regions like the brain's default mode network, which is active during daydreaming or memory recall, neurons can become more active just by pulling more oxygen from the blood without increasing blood flow. The research
Actually, that's kind of cool. That's actually kind of cool.
just figured that out by a study on over 40 healthy volunteers, which also used a more advanced measure for blood oxygen consumption. They
Okay, hold on. Before we continue, I want to read this. So, this is from Epp et al., Nature Neuroscience 1225, which was published in 2026. So, bold signal, CBF, OEF, and CMRO2. In the same session, we uncovered distinct neurovascular, so that's again like blood vessels in the brain, mechanisms in regions with concordant versus discordant responses. Discordant voxels primarily regulate oxygen demand via delta, so that's usually difference, OEF. No, okay, it's not. This is not using it in that context. So via delta OEF, whereas concordant voxels display a larger increase in delta CBF, aligning with canonical predictions. Moreover, discordant voxels demonstrated lower baseline CMRO2 and OEF, indicating that their baseline oxygen supply is sufficient to meet higher metabolic demands. In conclusion, we identified two distinct hemodynamic, that's a cool word, responses to neuronal activity changes influenced by baseline OEF and metabolism.
This means that the results of thousands of studies done in the past decades might be misleading.
I mean, it happens, right? It does turn out that sometimes, like, it's all just wrong. But hopefully there's at least a good reason, right? It's like when the scientific community rejected heliocentrism, from Galileo, right? It was actually for a good reason, right? If you could actually go out and use optical astronomy, and based on just optical astronomy, it's like, well, we're not seeing the parallax we would expect if the stars were, in a heliocentric model. It just turns out the stars are way fucking farther than they expected, so that's why they couldn't see the parallax, right? Just like from an objective empirical standpoint, it's like there was no real reason to believe in heliocentrism at the time, and the hard evidence for heliocentrism, which also turned out to be wrong, because it turns out the sun is not the center of the universe. It's not even always the center of not always the center of the universe, but well, it's not the center of the universe, right? Because the universe then expanded after that to the galaxy, which would place the supermassive black hole at the center as the center, and then it turned out we went from a galaxy to a metagalaxy, but that was all observational at the time. If you thought that's where the story ended, there was actually a good argument you could make for that position. So as long as they at least have a good argument for the position, I can at least understand it. Hopefully it's not, incompetence, but we'll see.
My default mode network brings up a story from 2009 where researchers placed a deceased Atlantic salmon in an fMRI scanner, presented it with photos of humans in social situations, and detected apparent brain activity due to statistical errors. But wait, it gets worse. Just a month later, a second paper appeared in Nature Neuroscience. The authors looked at the methodological foundations of lesion network mapping. Lesion network mapping investigates patients with brain damage who have the same symptoms. Scientists look for what the damaged places have in common, and if those places are connected to the same wider brain system, they claim that system is responsible for the symptom. But
I mean, in principle, that makes sense, right? Because it's like, if you see consistently an injury to a particular part of the brain has this particular effect, then it would stand to reason that in general, that part of the brain is usually responsible for this particular, behavior, right? Or this particular function. Obviously, you can find examples where that's not the case. Like, for example, the guy who had hydrocephaly and his brain was really fucking compressed, and it's like, I don't understand how this guy is still alive considering what his brain looked like. But he was a functional person, right? He was a functional person. We're like, holy fuck, man! If you had given me that brain scan, I would not have guessed he was nearly as well put together as he was. A cosmics math class or science, right?
The authors of the new paper reviewed studies for more than 100 neurological and psychiatric conditions and found that many supposedly disease-specific circuits look highly similar across very different disorders. They conclude the current results suggest that a substantial proportion of the presented lesion network mapping are non-specific and may not accurately reflect genuine biological brain networks.
Ooh, okay, that's interesting. So I'm going to read this whole thing, right? Our findings have broad implications for a wide range of existing work regarding disease networks and circuits derived by means of LNM, used here as an umbrella term that unifies various related terminologies and methods in literature. For example, the method is also commonly applied under labels such as atrophy network mapping. Okay, let's see, activation network mapping or network-based meta-analytic. Meta-analysis, not a meta-study, that's what I was thinking. It's late, give me a little bit of grace, right? Analysis, main, and C for an overview, supplementary table 1. The current results suggest that a substantial proportion of the presented LNM networks are neurospecific and may not accurately reflect genuine biological brain networks. In practice, the LNM captures only a small set of factors that describe broad features of the input connectivity matrix and has limited ability to identify subtle disorder-specific properties. Interesting.
It's a bit like finding that all broken cars have tires and concluding that tires cause engine failure, which by all chances would still get citations.
Well, I mean, that would explain why why my mechanic couldn't figure out what the fuck was wrong with my car, I guess, right?
Then, just in April, a group reported that if you scan people's brains with scanners from different manufacturers, you get different results, and not just a little bit different, but they couldn't replicate the functional brain network map of individuals.
Oh, so there's so this is part of the reproducibility crisis too.
Depends on whether you ask Siemens or Philips.
Okay, that's funny. Hold on. Let's read this. Okay, let's see. Cross-vendor reliability of functional and structural brain connectivity in a traveling cohort. Scanner-related bias is a major challenge in multi-center neuroimaging studies. The study assesses cross-vendor reliability of functional and structural brain connectivity, FCSC, and evaluates the effect of neurocombat harmonization. A traveling cohort N equals 10 of healthy participants was scanned on a Siemens Prisma 3T and Philips Achieva 3.0T system within 1 week. Reliability metrics of FC Pearson's R and SC based on IFOD2 and SIFT2 were calculated for each edge before and after neurocombat harmonization at subject level. Reliability was poor for FC ICC 0.22 plus or minus 0.23. Let's see. WSCV 62 plus 14 plus or minus 14% unharmonized, and fair for SC ICC 0.43 plus or minus 0.32, WSCV 28 plus or minus 15% unharmonized. At group level, bland Altman analysis shows minimum systematic bias between scanners in both modalities, but with wide limits of agreement. Pattern similarity was 0.63 FC and 0.09 SC. G-theory analysis showed the scanner accounted for 11.8% FC and 7.9% SC of the variance. After harmonization, subject level reliability only improved marginally, but scanner dependent variability dropped to 0.8% and 1.1% in FC and SC, respectively. Overall reliability was higher for SC than FC, mirroring their differential temporal stability for group averaged than subject level data, and for full connectome organization than for individual edges. Neural combat worked as designed successfully. I'm gonna have to fast forward past this apparently. Or, oh no, that would have to be backwards actually, because I'm trying to just get this thing out of the way. Oh wait, that might not be a possibility.
From different manufacturers, you get different results. And
Okay, yeah, so I can't read that last part of the sentence.
not just a little bit different, but they couldn't replicate the function.
Okay, so in the unharmonized function connectome, the similarly pattern... Did I just read this part? Yeah, I think hold on, I might have read this part. The similarly pattern of the full functional connectome between the two scanners was moderate and group level PC 0.62, but low at the subject level PCC 0.039, as shown in Figure 4A. Okay, no, so I haven't read this part. Interestingly, similarity was higher within network FC patterns, mean group level PCC 0.70 plus or minus 0.11, compared to between network FC patterns, mean group level PCC 0.43 plus or minus 0.16, Figure 4A. This was also evident at subject level after neural combat harmonization group level FC pattern similarly increased drastically. Full connectome PC 0.95, but only increased moderately at the subject level. Full connectome PC 0.46, Figure 4B.
A brain network map of individuals depends on whether you ask Siemens or Philips. These aren't even the only recent studies which flag systematic problems with neuroscience studies. There are so many of these, it's become somewhat of a subfield in its own right. So what?
That's actually interesting. When you have so many problems in your field that there's a subfield to study the problems in the field. That's actually fascinating, but also horrifying at the same time. Because again, our tax money gets funneled into this.
The hell is going on? On the one hand, you can say it's a good development. It's the process of science correcting itself.
I mean, to be fair, yeah, again, I don't really mind if things turn out to be wrong, so long as we at some point figure out why we were wrong, and then we can correct from there, right? Again, it's not a travesty that the majority of human history believed in geocentrism when the census and all empirical evidence of the time would have suggested geocentrism was true, and then we just we're somehow wrong because we rejected Galileo Galilei because he happened to... No, it's not Galileo. It's Bruno. It's Bruno. My bad. Bruno. It's Bruno. Fuck. Galileo was yeah. Never mind. That's embarrassing. It's late. Give me a break, right? But when Bruno's whole thing was the reason he believed the sun was the center of the universe was because he was a hermeticist. It wasn't because of any tested hypothesis he had, right? He believed it because of a religious reason, and no one had an obligation to accept his religion, right? He had to actually prove it, and he didn't. And it wasn't until later that it was okay, well, his hypothesis actually makes more sense, but now we actually have a reason to believe it. And then it turns out that hypothesis that they gave up, moved to, that the sun was the center of the universe, also turned out to be wrong. But again, there was no good reason to believe it until significantly later when observations actually gave a reason to not believe that the sun was the center of the universe. So this is part of the scientific process, but it's, as long as it's not again, what we were discussing with the particle physics stuff, I'm fine with it.
On the other hand, you may ask, and indeed I think you should ask, why the hell is this happening in the first place? And more important still, why does it continue to happen? Because this isn't a new thing. As we saw, this has been going on at least since 2009, and I know that's shocking, but that was more than 15 years ago.
Well, I definitely feel old now, right? Let's see. Neural correlates of species perspective taking in the post-mortem Atlantic salmon, an argument for multiple comparison correction. So yeah, and again, this is the reason they brought up the salmon earlier, right?
It's important because you see the people who write these critical papers exist, which is great, but it's also clear from the numbers that most of the studies that get published in the areas ignore the known problems with the data collection, the measurement, interpretation, and the analysis, and they'll continue to ignore them for as long as they can get away with it.
Okay, if that is the case, that is actually infuriating.
If you find my science news interesting, please consider supporting me on Patreon or right here on YouTube. And if you already support me, especially those of you in Tier 4 and higher, thank you so much. This channel would not be possible without your help. And unlike some brain signals, your support is very easy to interpret. The problem in neuroscience is extremely similar to what's happened.
I brought that up too, right? The fucking reproducibility crisis in psychology, right? Where it's like, oh yeah, we just can't fucking, and it's not just in psychology, it's also a thing in like, again, certain areas of experimental physics as well, where it's like, oh yeah, we just can't reproduce this fucking result, right? It's like, okay, well then what conclusion can we draw if we can't reproduce, your results, right? It could be a fluke. Sometimes, things are flukes. So it's like, are we drawing conclusions from a complete fucking fluke?
In psychology, where scientists have been squeezing fake results out of underpowered studies with statistical techniques that were widely known to be wrong. This continued for decades, and now every time you turn around, there is yet another supposedly foundational psychology study that could not be replicated. Basically,
Yeah, this is also why I don't really give... This happens almost certainly in sociology as well, right? This is why I don't really regard psychology and sociology with the same degree of, concern as, again, physics and chemistry. Chemistry is the one that I definitely think is probably one of the harder sciences, right? Because even with certain areas of physics, it's like, all right, we're definitely in, theory of everything territory, pushing the bullshit meter to its, number 10. But, in chemistry, at least it's okay, most of this is, just fucking solid material.
The entire field of psychology has to start over again. The reason these things happen is that scientists have very strong incentives to ignore these problems so long as they can get their papers published. And scientific publishers have strong incentives to publish papers because that's what they make money from. The tragedy is that...
they're incentivized to keep this fucking... They're incentivized to keep producing even when there's nothing to, present, right? And that's not necessarily a good... it's not necessarily a good incentive, but I'm not entirely sure how exactly we get around this at the moment. Also because it's, again, 1 o'clock in the morning, and I'm like, oh shit, it's quite late. But... Again, it's this is one of those things where it's what Leaflet talks about is definitely correct. It's this is one of those things where it's you have to put in the correct incentives for the correct behavior, because if you incentivize bad behavior, which it seems to be the case with a lot of this stuff where it's oh yeah, we're it's yeah, of course you're gonna get bad behavior if you're incentivizing bad behavior. What the hell else are you gonna get, right? You're rewarding bad behavior. What are we on about? Where are all the feminist name and brand around to give her a medal? I don't imagine Sabina Hossenfelder would be all that enthused with it. I do think that she should probably look into the field of objectivism. I think she would actually really appreciate the objectivist way of thinking. But that's just me. She's a physicist. She's not necessarily all that interested in philosophy. So
this problem isn't remotely new. It's widely known, and yet nothing changes. Which, come to think of it, is also a very good summary of my relationship with my hair. Now, look, I don't want to say all of neuroscience is bullshit. Certainly not. The papers I just mentioned are in specific fields related in particular to identifying certain regions or connections in the brain that do one or the other thing, which, yeah, It's basically what neuroscience is about, isn't it? All of this makes me think it'll probably be a while until we have our brain interfaces, because it'd be nice if Siemens and Philips can agree whether you actually wanted to post that image on Twitter.
I mean, again, I don't think we're ever going to get into a mind upload territory, because again, I think there's a category error when we're talking about like mind uploading. So, but outside of that, it could be that some of the observations, it could be that like we're actually correct about, like, for example, the Wernicke's area, the Broca's area, and like where a lot of these things happen, right? But it's just that we haven't proved it yet. This happens also in science, where it's like, well, we basically know something, but we can't necessarily directly prove it with like mathematical certainty. Hell, sometimes mathematics resists proof by mathematical certainty, right? So I do suspect that some of these things that we had thought, like, for example, I think it's reasonable to suspect that, like, if you see, again, injuries to a very specific part of the brain and it elicits a specific effect consistently, then yeah, sure, that's a pretty good indicator that that's probably the part of the brain that processes that. But if you have it to where it's like when it inconsistently does that, then it's like, okay, then something else is going on here that you might need to be a little bit more mindful of, right? So again, this is going to be interesting. I can't wait to see like how this is eventually resolved, because like neuroscience is fucking fun, but it's like, it's also very obviously one of the more difficult sciences, because it's like like, for obvious reasons, the brain is one of the most sophisticated systems that we're trying to examine. And I have a sneaking suspicion that we have to not just consider neurons themselves, but I have a sneaking suspicion we have to consider things like microtubule, like how the microtubules and all this stuff actually involve themselves in the processing. But that's just a hypothesis that I have. I can't prove it, right? Yeah. Let me check something.
Good design is art combined with science, and this pen from Novium is the perfect example of functionality with
these are cool.
eye-catching looks. The hover pens float in their base thanks to strong permanent magnets and can freely spin. They're really well balanced. You don't need to fumble to put them in, and they don't drop out either. This particular version is the hover pen Interstellar, balanced at the same angle as the tilt of...
See, you can't look at that, right? You would be fucking hung for witchcraft, burned at the stake if you had this pen. This is a badass pen, right? Get yourself a pen that makes you look like, that makes people think that you're fucking possessed, right?
Earth's axis. It has a premium version with a meteorite embedded. Yes, a real meteorite, so there's part of your pen that actually flew through outer space. The hover pen doesn't just look good, it's also a pleasure to write with. It flows nicely across the page, and it's refillable too. A slightly different design is the hover pen Future, which has interchangeable tips, fountain and rollerball. The hover pens are high quality products that I've been using for years, and I'm happy to recommend them. And of course I have a special offer. You'll get 15% off in the next 72 hours and 10% after this if you use my QR code or the code Sabine. Links in the info below. Thanks for watching. See you tomorrow.
So yeah, there's two videos on things happening in the scientific fields, right? I don't think that these are necessarily the same thing as last time, right? I don't think that this is necessarily a cosmic pen mightier than the cosmic sword, right? Understandable. But yeah, I don't think that this is an example of Lysenkoism per se, right? It could very well be that a lot of these people, and let's be fair, academics do oftentimes tend towards unrealistic models of human social organization like communism. So I wouldn't be surprised if a number of the people who do this kind of stuff do turn out to be communists. But at the same time, it's like, are they doing this because they're communists, or are they doing this because it's just advantageous for them to do this? And I have a sneaking suspicion it's more of the latter, right? there is a certain degree to which, like, their desire for the world does tailor how they, like, again, filter information. Like, theories of everything are basically, like, kind of little crypto religions. It doesn't really matter for a lot of these people what you bring up to show that, like, it doesn't work. They will still believe it anyway, and they will be very high and mighty about it the entire time, right? And yeah, it's just so it's like I don't really know how to solve this particular problem other than you gotta actually you actually have to reward success, and you have to disincentivize wasting time, right? Like, should we really be giving people grants to, you know, get shrimp high on cocaine and then running on a treadmill? Like, what the fuck are we actually going to learn from that? Like, legitimately speaking, right? If you can give me a reason, something we would actually learn about this other than, well, now we know what would happen if you gave cocaine to a shrimp and put it on a treadmill, right? It's like, yeah, but that was a useless question in the first place, right? Like, what the fuck did you think was... Again, what are we doing here, right? That was a real thing, by the way. The whole cocaine on a treadmill thing. Crypto religions don't actually use crypto, sadly, right? Sadly. All right, so that will be it for this video. I will see y'all in the next video, and I will, I mean, yeah, it's a little late, so I'm kind of stumbling over my words. But y'all have a lovely day, and let me know what y'all think in the comments. Okay, so I'm looking for someone to raid, and it doesn't look like anyone who's on Twitch is also currently, except for Lusty Links, who I can't raid because her raids are protected, and I don't know what the fuck is going on here. I don't know why I would be barred from raiding. But yeah, I guess Lord Intellectual is on, but I think he's fucking asleep. Yeah, he's asleep. Oh, wait, nope. Wait. Yeah, hold on. What the fuck? Oh, Turbo Slime seems to be being a bit of a bitch in his chat. It's just a game, bro. Right? Oh, wait a minute. That's a chess game of all the... Hold on, let me try something. Alright, I'm gonna... let's see. Alright, let's see. I'm gonna check to see if there's anyone else on, because I don't think he is awake, but I've asked if he's awake just to make sure. So, let's see. Let's open this up. Why is it so hard to find people who are on YouTube and Twitch at the same time? Right? Yeah, I think he's asleep. Sleeping stream, yeah, sleeping stream. Oh, wait, nope, never mind. Okay, he's awake. Then we're raiding fucking Lord Intellectual then. Okay, here we go. I just had to make sure, because fucking absolutely... Oh, I was supposed to bring up Fontini and Marco Polo. Fuck, okay. Well, I can remember to do that next time. Okay. Hopefully I can fucking raid on YouTube. Oh, you bastard. Alright, well, I just might have to send everywhere to different places, right? That just might have to be what it actually is. Give me a moment, let's see if I can actually get this. Okay, Twitch has gone to Lord Intellectual. If that does not work, okay. Now he said I have permission now, so let's see. Redirect. Okay. All right, so while we're waiting here, I guess I could put it on some music. That way, we're not just sitting in silence, right? What the fuck? Okay. Or we could stream snipe for the time being, right?
Got it. Add you to the live redirect in my community settings. You move, reader.
Aha! Okay, let me close this out. We'll reopen the custom world. I'm going to reload this, open up the customization. Hopefully that works. Good night, Beer Train. Huh. Fuck, okay.
Readers of the Lost Stream, welcome to the dark side, folks. Let's make this a night you'll never forget, or at least until we go live again. You move, Raiders.
This is fucking really annoying. Okay. I'm gonna try this now. I'm gonna try one more time, and if this doesn't work, we will go somewhere else.
Fine. We're rating tonight, and we're all going to pretend it's not making me twitch with excitement. You move, Raiders.
Try community. I don't think I got any alerts here. Alright. Yeah, I don't think raiding Lord Intellectual this particular time is gonna work. Son of a bitch. Okay. Okay, hold on. Let me try something.
Look, Akasmukataku. The streams are like a battlefield. You got to earn your stripes, or you just end up as background noise. But hey, at least you're here now. Let's make the most of it. You move, soldier. Fine, here's your move. And let's see how long it takes you to figure out my defenses. Your move.
All right, let's see who else is on. Son of a bitch. Okay. I don't know who the fuck is on. Okay. Let's see. Project Melody, definitely not. I don't know if Ranitya. Okay, let's see. I know Meat doesn't, so that doesn't help me.
HMPH. YouTube's got its quirks. But hey, at least you're here and hanging out with us. That counts for something.
I can't even.
Your move, Raiders.
I can't even fucking like raid Lusty Links. Let's try Mint Costella. Mint Costella is a absolute sweetheart. I don't know if she streams though. Oh god damn it. Okay, so she doesn't stream. Let's try Henya the Genius. What do you mean?
Whatever. If you really want to know why your piece just got blown up, it's because I saw an opening and pounced. Your move.
Oh my god, fucking nobody is streaming on YouTube. What the fuck is going on? Okay, let's try Sweet Hug. Oh my god.
Oh great, now you're just trying to rush me.
Okay.
Before I rethink my entire strategy.
Is there fucking nobody on? Are you fucking kidding me? Alright, I guess let's try this. This is okay, this is fucking ridiculous. What? What do you mean no one on my fucking list is actually... What? I've got through like 12 people. I don't care about that. Just let me see if I can raid. Oh my god, what the fuck do you... Alright, I'm legitimately getting tilted. Let's see.
Don't get the wrong idea, chess champ. We're just a pawn in my grand strategy. Your move.
Alright, let's try this one. This... Are you fucking kidding me? I don't care about that. Just tell me if they're on the fucking YouTube so I can raid or not. Apparently not.
Oh look, another one bites the dust. I guess practice makes perfect right. You move, loser.
Oh my fucking god. Okay, hopefully this one actually will let me raid.
Fine.
Alright, you know what? Fuck it, I'm done. I've gone through like 18 fucking accounts. Alright, y'all have a lovely day. We're not raiding anyone apparently, so I'll see y'all next time. No, I wasn't talking to the AI, I was talking to myself.